is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. A beautiful, gorgeous afternoon here in the Gateway City. It's sold out. It's game number 2. The Chicago Cubs and the St. Louis Cardinals. Jim Hayes is here. That's Brad Thompson. I'm Dan McLaughlin. And welcome to Cardinals baseball. Cinco de Mayo. Yeah, we celebrate that. Tommy Pham, this state has a very special meeting. It was this day a year ago that Tommy Pham was called back up to the big leagues. All he's done since then is produce.
He has been fantastic ever since coming up last year, and you can tell he doesn't want to go back. The numbers that he's putting up, look at what he's done this season. He's driving the ball. He's stealing bases. He's playing phenomenal defense. He's done everything above and beyond what you could expect. He has been fantastic.
5 home runs on the year, 2 on this homestand, including a 3-run shot last night. His ranks since the call-up of May 5th of 2017. The .310 average. On-base percentage over 400. The slugging percentage, it's in the top 4. Tyler Chatwood will go today for the Chicago Cubs. Luke Weaver for St. Louis. After this brief timeout, we go across the street to Ballpark Village. And the guys in the studio talk about Marcell Ozuna. legendary MLB moments happen. Budweiser will be there. And by Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the St. Louis area. Find yours at your Mid-America Chevy dealer. A gorgeous day. The Cubs and Cardinals and Brad Thompson. St. Louis sends Luke Weaver to the mound.
Well, Luke Weaver has had a lot of success early on in his big league career, especially when he's down in the zone. You see all these pitches with that down action, whether it be the fastball, the changeup, or the breaking ball. That's where he needs to live.
Luke Weaver, Tyler Chatwood, the Cubs, the Cardinals. Does it get any better than this? A gorgeous day here at Busch Stadium. It's sold out. Should be a lot of fun. Lineups, first pitch. It comes your way next on Fox Sports Midwest. Perfect day for baseball here on Fox Sports Midwest inside Busch Stadium. Absolutely gorgeous. Game number 2. The Cardinals, with the win last night, now find themselves in sole possession of first place. Half game in front of Milwaukee. The Cubs have dropped 3 straight. They're the season numbers for Luke Weaver.
Well, Luke Weaver, the numbers don't look great. I do believe his last outing, though, his numbers weren't indicative of how well he threw the ball. He was flat out dealing going into the 6th inning and ran into a little bit of trouble. You see what he likes to throw. The fastball, he likes the changeup, and when he's got it going, that curveball is very effective, especially early on in counts.
There's a look at Joe Madden. 2 years ago, world champion, manager of the Chicago Cubs. His lineup today: Ben Zobrist, the switch hitter. Then Chris Bryant and Anthony Rizzo here in the first. Wilson Contreras, Kyle Schwarber. Addison Russell gets the start today. He sat last night. Jason Hayward in center today. Javi Baez, and then Tyler Chatwood. Mike Matheny and Mike Maddox there, the pitching coach on the right. It's an exciting atmosphere. Big win for the Cardinals. Bud Norris is now perfect in save opportunities. He's 7 for 7.
He has been great, and it was nice to get that one locked down last night. Got a little tight at the end, but Bud bared down. It's a great atmosphere around here. Always is when the Cubs and Cardinals go at it.
As you mentioned, last time out for Luke Weaver, he matched scoreless innings with Nick Kingham through 5 innings before allowing 4 runs in the 6th. The Cardinals offense had not generated a hit until 2 outs in the 7th, and that was DeYoung with a base hit. They were nearly no hit in that game. And a strike delivered by Weaver, and we're underway. The Saturday uniforms in the classic St. Louis and the Birds on the bat here at home. The 0-1 pitch to Zobrist. What do you look for early on with Luke Weaver when you think, okay, today could be a good day for him?
Well, first of all, just commanding the counts and commanding the fastball down in the zone. You want to get ahead, but you want to have quality strikes as well on the bottom half of the knees. A lot like that on the changeup right there. Very quality pitch. If that pitch is up a little bit, it gives him a chance to get to it. Locates very well down and away.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Ben Zobrist. The switch hitter batting .283 overall. Zobrist a base hit into center. Let's turn to Brad Thompson's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, for Luke Weaver, you do you. What that means is you've struggled a little bit against the Cubs so far early on in your career. It doesn't matter if he's able to execute at the bottom of the zone. If he's able to mix in his off speed, he is going to be just fine. And for the team, pretty simple, right? Just got to score some runs. They were able to hit a 3-run home run last night by Tommy Pham. That was all the scoring they got, all the scoring they needed. But it would be nice to be able to tack some on, maybe manufacture a couple of runs today.
The former MVP, Chris Bryant, we saw the Cardinals really try to pound him in. And I'm sure that's a byproduct of him being hit in the face or the helmet in Colorado.
Well, the numbers have dropped off drastically since he got hit, and understandably so, right, when you get your bell rung like that.
Here's a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We saw last night Bud Norris tie him up at the end of the game. It's just nice to see him just get in there. There are outs to be had there. Even when Chris Bryant is on, you can still get him inside, but you got to be very careful that you don't leave one out over the plate. He likes to get extended, and he can do damage.
And the 1-1. I'm not sure there's a right-handed batter that has the type of lift that Chris Bryant possesses. A lot of lefties have that uppercut. You see the lift. Bryant actually gets that as a right-handed batter. It's very unique.
You usually don't hear about like a pretty right-handed swing either. He does have that, and maybe part of that lift causes him to strike out a bit. He does try to get under the ball. Very nice pitch right there on the outer half by Luke Weaver.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Bryant. Cardinals turned a couple of double plays last night in game 1. And now the 2-2 pitch. Weaver to Bryant. The Cubs, a team that just doesn't run all that much. As a matter of fact, in their lineup today, a total of 4 stolen bases. 1 by Addison Russell and 3 by Javi Baez. The Cubs a total of 6 coming into play for their entire team.
When things are going well for the Cubs, they do play station to station. They're a smart base running team, but not necessarily an aggressive one when it comes to stealing bags.
And the 3-2 lifted in the air, left center. Pham there makes the catch. Backhanded catch. Tommy Pham. And he did it on the track and takes an extra base hit away. The speed of Tommy Pham comes into play.
We just talked about Chris Bryant getting extended. Well, he gets some extension on this one, but not enough. Tommy Pham ranges quite some way to make this play. Very good play by Tommy Pham right there.
We've talked about it so much. Tommy Pham can affect a game even if he's not hitting. And he just showed us why.
Look at this outfield. I mean, you've got a couple of guys that can go get it. You've got Ozuna, Tommy Pham, Fowler out in right. If you're a pitcher, you feel pretty confident.
And now Rizzo. A slow start for the slugging first baseman of the Chicago Cubs. Did have a hit last night, but on the year only hitting .174. He's popped 3 home runs and driven in 11. The strike on the inside corner.
Saw Tyler Lyons come into the game late last night and get Rizzo out on a couple of fastballs on the inner half. It's a really good pitch, and Weaver throws a nice one right there at 93. If you're able to keep that in there, you can tie him up pretty well.
Lyons faced one batter last night, and that was Rizzo. Here's a 0-1. Can you think off the top of your head whether it was somebody you faced or in the game now, righty or lefty, that crowds the plate like Anthony Rizzo?
No, the only guy, because I remember hitting him a bunch of times back in the day, was Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks was all over the plate, was right there, and it made it very tough to throw a strike on that inner half because it felt like his elbow was always hanging out.
There's a ground ball slowly hit, and the shore out is Wong to Martinez, advancing on the play. Zobrist to second, and the batter will be Wilson Contreras. Beautiful day. A look at the Cardinals defensively. Around the Horn is presented by Dobbs. The aforementioned outfield of Ozuna, Pham, and Fowler. On the infield, Carpenter, DeYoung, Wong, Martinez. It doesn't matter, day game after a night game. You guessed it, Yadier Molina behind the plate.
He always talks about it. That's what he prepares for, right? He wants to be out there every single game. Be interested to hear the conversations on days where Mike wants to give him a day off.
Good luck. There's a ground ball. Weaver's going to get out of it. DeYoung fires a strike to Martinez. And the Cardinals coming up in the home half of the first. Pham, Carpenter, Martinez. No score here at Busch. Cubs racing down a ball that was just blistered off the bat of Chris Bryant in left center. And he'll lead things off for the Cardinals. He's in the top 5 of most categories in the National League, batting .327 as he popped his 5th home run yesterday. It's Pham, Carpenter, and Martinez, followed by Ozuna, Molina, and Fowler. Then DeYoung, Wong, and Weaver. Tyler Chatwood has an ERA that's below 3, but yet his record sits at 2-3. He's coming off 7 scoreless innings on Sunday, and that was against Milwaukee, the longest outing of the season and his first scoreless outing of the year.
Yeah, he threw the ball very well against them. Sinker slider guy. And he doesn't necessarily fill up the strike zone all the time. I mean, he nibbles a little bit, and he'll walk a lot of guys. You see the fastball there he likes to throw, does have that good sinking movement on it. But the thing is, even with the walks, he's able to execute, get the ground balls afterwards.
Cardinals saw Chatwood back on the 17th of April. And that was a cold night at Wrigley, and both teams and pitchers were struggling to throw strikes, get a grip of the baseball, so maybe throw that one out. Signed a 3-year deal in the offseason to leave the Colorado Rockies. He's also pitched with the Angels. A lot of teams wanted him. They figured, well, you get out of Coors Field and it could be a different story.
Especially a guy like Chatwood, who does have good movement. It's very hard in Colorado with the air there. It's hard to get that good sink. He's also got a really good slider, and it's just a lot more true when you're not playing at an altitude like that.
And a leadoff walk for Tommy Pham. This is always fun. The game within the game. So you got Tommy Pham, who has 6 stolen bases, and a guy like Contreras, who has an absolute cannon for an arm behind the plate. You want to jump on early the Chicago Cubs, this might be the way to do it. Start motion, get things in play.
Be aggressive, right? You got to be smart, you got to be aggressive, and you know that Tommy Pham has probably dug into everything about Chatwood. He's a student of the game, knows how quick he is to the plate, knows what his moves look like.
Look at this. The quick release. The strong arm of Contreras.
I feel like we've seen a lot of those back picks in this ballpark over the years, haven't we?
The combination of Molina and Pujols was uncanny for so many years, and congratulations to Albert as he picked up hit number 3,000 last night in Seattle. And the 1-0 pitch. Instead, a check on Tommy Pham. Ironically, Pujols got that hit, little soft liner into right, made an adjustment, typical Albert Pujols type hit that we saw for so many years, but he got that hit for the former Cardinal Mike Leake. How about hitting behind Tommy Pham if he's at first base? And we know Carpenter's patient anyway. He's told me many times he prefers to hit with 2 strikes. I've never heard anybody else say that.
Yeah, that's a new thing.
But, you know, you take a pitch or 2 to give Pham at least a chance to read it and maybe even go.
I feel like Tommy Pham with the first of all, he's just got great speed. He's very aggressive out there on the base pass, and you know that when you have a guy like Matt Carpenter who can handle the bat, you got a good chance of just making a jump whenever you want to.
Hitters count here, 2 balls and no strikes. Pham is running. Pitch low and a stolen base for Tommy, number 7, to lead the club. Good jump from Tommy Pham.
You see him there, gets that really good jump, but I know he doesn't catch it clean behind the plate. Little underthrown by Chatwood, but I think he has that thing clean either way.
RBI opportunity now for Carpenter. And a strike, 3-1. Ender Enciarte, the outstanding center fielder of the Atlanta Braves, leads the National League in steals. He has 13. And Tommy Pham is now in the top 6 in steals in the National League with 7. 3-1. Back-to-back walks to start this game for Chatwood. Remember, he walked 7 in that first start against the Cardinals. Here's the walks per 9 as well as the strikeouts. And Jim Hickey was a longtime pitching coach for Joe Madden in Tampa Bay. He became a free agent himself and then signed with Chicago. Chris Bosio, who by all accounts was highly regarded by not only Chicago and the rest of the league. He went with Ron Gardenhire in Detroit. And with that walk, it's number 498 in the career of Matt Carpenter as he moves ahead of Red Schoendienst, the all-time walks list in Cardinals history.
Tyler Chatwood this year has walked a lot of batters. You saw the graphic there. He's been able to avoid the big inning. He does have that good sinking fastball. He's able to get out of it, but there is only so long that you can play with fire. Keep putting people on base before the damage is done.
It's a thrilling 3-2 win for the Cardinals. That's been the score of the last 3 games for St. Louis. 3-2 last night, just held on. And a chance to grab an early lead here in the home half of the first. Well, you think about it, Chatwood has now walked 9 batters against the Cardinals in 4 2/3. 15 he's walked in 24 innings pitched against everybody else.
You might as well let him work, right?
Wow.
You go up there and make him prove it. Make him prove it once, maybe even make him prove it twice, that he is able to stay in the zone. He's got a very, very effective slider as well, but it's hard to get to it. You can't get to that pitch if you can't locate your fastball.
Cardinals looking to change that trend right there. No runs allowed in the first inning of his 5 starts.
Just mentioned the last couple of games, 3-2 ball games, right? Very close. Well, these are the types of innings where you have to punch one through. You got to give yourself a chance.
The 2-1. Well, Martinez knew he was going to get something to hit there, more than likely, and he almost fell over.
You got to let it eat, right? Every once in a while, get yourself in a good hitting count. That is the one thing about Chatwood, though. I know the walks are up quite a bit, but he does not give in. I mean, he trusts in that sinker at the bottom of the zone so much, and he realizes that if he just keeps pounding it, that he will get that ground ball. But you hope to get one elevated if you're Jose Martinez and put a ball in the gap.
2 on, nobody out. A count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. The swing and a miss. He struck him out. Martinez in the top 5 of the National League, the toughest to strike out, and he gets him here in the first. Schwarber, Hayward, Zobrist in the outfield. Bryant, Russell, Baez, and Rizzo along the infield, and Wilson Contreras, he's behind the plate. Around the Horn, presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Services. Here's Marcell Ozuna, a walk and 3 hits in game 1. I thought a key last night with Ozuna, not only the 3 hits, 2 to the left side, but hit a bullet to the right side, using the entire field. And we're told from those in Miami, when he's right, it's power everywhere.
Yeah, you watched the highlights last year, and you're absolutely right. He can drive the ball out of the ballpark the other way, too. He stays on it really well, and when he is right, there's none of that getting inside with a fastball for a strike. He pulls that as well, and we've seen him do that a lot better here recently. It's just getting his hands in, getting the barrel to it.
The 1-0. And a strike. He didn't like that. Arcia drive to success concerning Marcell Ozuna. The rank since the start of last year. Lots of production. The 1-1.
A lot of advantageous counts for Cardinals hitters so far. You got the guys on. It's time to just get one of these elevated. Once again, you know Chatwood is trying to be down with that sinker. Might be able to jump on one here.
Outfield very deep. Big gap in left center. Hayward is in center this afternoon, shading him just a bit to right field. Now the 2-1 pitch. Ozuna lifts a high fly ball into right. There's Zobrist. He'll make the catch. Runners stay put, and there's 2 away.
Dan, if I told you that there were 2 outs, you had a runner on second, and you needed a big hit, who would you say that maybe you'd want up to bat?
Number 4.
That's that man again.
I wonder what his emotions were like last night. And I'm sure some of the players were probably still at the ballpark and watching Albert Pujols, who was first at bat in Seattle, and a base hit into right. And we know that Albert and Yadi have been very, very close friends over the years.
It's always exciting to watch greatness, right? It's always exciting to see one of the best, and you could tell when Albert hit it that there was almost a weight lifted, right? He was just ready for that one. But it's fun to see a guy that you know all the hard work that goes into, and obviously, as you said, those two are very, very close. I'm sure it was a special moment for Yadi as well.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Big lead by Pham. He's nearly halfway to third. Chatwood says, Yadier Molina, by the way, passed Johnny Bench for games caught. Wednesday, he's now 16th all time for catchers in games caught. Pham is running, and the pitch is fouled back.
I mean, if you're not going to hold him at all,
take it.
Why not? At that point, too, you've seen Chatwood. If he's able to take third, he's got that sinker down in the zone. A wild pitch is a run.
Absolutely. It's 16 feet right now. Now 17, and getting larger and larger. Pham running again, and a foul ball. It's off the foot or the shin of Yadier Molina. Yeah, I mean, to me, your point is well taken. If they're going to give it to you, might as well go to third base. And clearly, he has not been around the strike zone. You might get one of those wild pitches, and all of a sudden it's 1-0.
Well, even if you keep him close a little bit, keep him honest over there, a hard hit base hit, Tommy Pham with the jump that he's getting right now, he's going to score.
Carpenter also a sizable lead at first base. Rizzo playing behind him. 0-2 the count. Already 23 pitches here in the first inning for Tyler Chatwood. Busch Stadium still filling up, sold out. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. The 0-2.
Saw that a couple of times yesterday. The Cubs elevating on Yadi with 2 strikes. One of them he struck him out. The next at bat he fouled off a couple. But Yadi usually either lays off that one or handles that pitch pretty well.
And now the 1-2 pitch to Molina. Out of play. Cinco de Mayo and some of the sombreros are out here at the ballpark. Right behind home plate.
The Cubs are wearing some of them at the end of the night. There they are. Those look good.
Some Cub fans behind home plate. Pham running again on the 1-2. Doesn't matter. The Cardinals get back-to-back walks, then a strikeout, a flyout, and another strikeout. No damage done. we send it down to Jim Hayes.
Danny, Mike Matheny says Dominic Leone is dealing with a nerve issue in his biceps. The Cardinals did not make a move today, but Matheny says they will likely make one tomorrow, as Leone is probably headed to the DL. Leone says he felt something ball up last night as he was throwing his warm-ups. Also, Adam Wainwright told me he's headed out on a rehab and will start on Monday for Springfield. Waino said he thought his bullpen yesterday went very well, but he probably needs a little tune-up, Dan.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Here's Kyle Schwarber. He's in left field. Well, they just put up during the commercial break here at the ballpark the highlight of the hit for Albert Pujols in hit number 3,000 and the announcement of it. And I will admit I was a bit surprised. A very subdued reaction here at the ballpark. There was a smattering of applause, but I thought it might be a little bit bigger than that. But again, you come to the ballpark, a lot of things distract you too. Who knows who's paying attention to that?
Yeah, hard to pay attention all the time in between innings. Either way, I got a feeling that Cardinal Nation in its entirety was very happy for Albert Pujols. Pretty special moment for him, for the Angels organization, but still for this organization where over 2,000 of those hits started.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Not everybody feels that way, and I get it.
It's fine.
It's a fan's prerogative to feel any way they want. They want to boo, they want to cheer, come to the ballpark. Schwarber lifts a fly ball out to shallow center, and it drops in front of Tommy Pham. So here it was last night. Number 3,000 for Albert Pujols. 32nd player, the history of the game to do that. He's also a member of the 600 home run club, and that's about as exclusive as it gets. Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, A-Rod, and the great Albert Pujols.
I hope everyone appreciated it when we got a chance to see it, right? When you saw it live for over a decade, because what he did day in and day out, I mean, that was real. That was special. That was different. And you could tell by the company that he's holding in all of these record books, he's pretty darn good.
Always felt that Mark McGwire was must-see TV. You had to stop what you were doing at home or here at the ballpark. And to an extent, Albert Pujols was the same way. Here's a 1-0 to Addison Russell. Was doing games back in 1999, and I remember the team being so-so, not a great club clearly, but you just looked at your scorecard and waited for it to roll over to get back to Big Mac to have a chance to watch him one more time. '98 the same way. That's his first home run. That was on a Sunday afternoon. I'll never forget it, in Arizona. And then there was a bunch more. The classic swing of number 5. You played with him a number of years. What was it like?
Well, I'll tell you what, it got to the point, it was almost comical. We'd be out in the bullpen and Albert would hit a single and we'd look at each other like, what's wrong with Albert? Like, he just was so good. And you expected double, home run. I mean, everything about his game. And you know that he has the God-given ability, right? He's just a special human. But the work that went into it as well. I mean, he prepared like no other, and he saw results that were just incredible, and he expected them day in and day out.
He also had the uncanny ability to rise to the occasion. I mean, the 3 home runs in the World Series, or 3 home run days that he had against Cincinnati, or came up late in a game and delivered a knock when you needed it. I mean, he was amazing when everything was on the line. There's a base hit out to left. And stopping at second, Schwarber, and the Cubs have something going here in the top of the second.
Well, you see Weaver right here, throws the curveball, just gets under it a little bit, see it spinning sideways and just leaves it middle there for Addison Russell to be able to turn on that one.
I don't know if you feel this way, but it's hard not to think, at least for me, what that moment would have been like in St. Louis and wearing a Cardinal uniform.
I was trying to think about it last night when we were looking at the stadium already full. It's Cubs Cardinals. Imagine adding that layer.
Interestingly enough, hit number 1,000 and 2,000 were against the Chicago Cubs. And last night, number 3,000. The resume, the 11 years of Albert Pujols in St. Louis. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Jason Hayward. One thing about Weaver we saw in spring training, he did not pick. You know, he was always in the strike zone, aggressive. I think we're seeing a little bit of that here. By the way, the numbers, they stand out so much for Pujols. One that often gets overlooked in his 11 years in St. Louis. With runners in scoring position, an 11-year period, it was 342 the average. It's incredible.
Yes, it is.
Now the 2-1 pitch to the former Cardinal Jason Hayward.
It's a very well executed pitch right there. Before that, 2-0 breaking ball to get back into the count, and then throw that 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the outer half. That's good pitching right there.
I was talking with John Mozeliak about Pujols, and he drafted him. That was his duty at that time. Late 90s, early 2000s. He said the only hitter that was close that he's seen to Albert Pujols in the Cardinals system, Oscar Taveras. The 2-2 pitch. Hayward, a base hit into left. Schwarber is held up, and the bases are loaded. And now you have a 8th place hitter in Javi Baez that can do some serious damage.
This ball is off the plate here, but it's up. You know, Jason Hayward's able to get to this thing. The couple of knocks we've seen have just been hits up in the zone a little bit for Luke Weaver. Got to get those the sights set down a little bit. Able to get that ground ball or the strikeout.
The bases loaded and nobody out. Javi Baez was 26 RBI this year.
Javi Baez very aggressive. You see it there, trying to jump on the first pitch after Weaver having a couple up in the zone, figuring he might get one. This is where you like to see Weaver grow a little bit. Runners in scoring position. He's had his struggles early on this year. This is where you bear down. This is where you slow the game down a little bit. As a young pitcher, it can be hard, but this is where you have to try to execute down in the zone.
And the 0-1 inside. So the first three, a different looking pitcher than what we've seen in the last three.
Well, it's all about command. It's the commanding the counts, commanding your pitches, being in the bottom of the zone. It's great to elevate, but you elevate above the zone to get the strikeouts. We've just seen a couple pitches up in the zone that they were able to get the barrel to.
Here's a 1-1. When Baez first came up, if you had a good slider, middle outer half, you'd get him.
Yes, every time.
I mean, he would chase that and it was over. Now, it's not to say that he doesn't strike out a bunch. He still does. Very aggressive, as you mentioned, at the plate. But you can get him to expand the zone. Broken bat, slowly hit. Carpenter charges and makes the play. The run scores. 27 now driven in by Baez. 1-0 Chicago.
Sometimes you make too good of a pitch and saw somebody off. That was an excellent pitch, good action on that, and just absolutely saws off Javi Baez right here. But the ball's not hit hard enough to do much more. Carpenter makes a really nice play on it. Even if he keeps his footing, it's going to be a difficult play for Weaver.
I think that's the only play that could have been made was Carpenter. There's no way Weaver could have gotten to that spin and throw. I don't think so. So the infield is in for Tyler Chatwood. He has driven in 1 this year. Now Joe Maddon's a guy that thinks, as we know, outside the box. I think if you're the Cardinals, you got to be careful here. You never know. He might put a bunt on. He could do some various things where he's showing bunt, hits away, whatever. Infield in, holes are there on the infield.
As a pitcher too, you love these moments when you're up to bat, when you have a chance to help yourself. Like I said, it could be just a normal ground ball, but it gets to the right spot, or you get the bunt down in the right area.
And it's 2-0. The pitcher here, and then Zobrist at the on deck circle. 1-0 Chicago early on. The 2-0. 3-0. The base is loaded, the pitcher up, and the 3-0 by Luke Weaver. 3-1. Chatwood probably taking again.
Got to make him prove it, right? That he's going to be able to come to. He's got 2 more strikes up there.
He's bunting. Weaver has a play at the plate. Flips to Yachty. Out at the plate. Out at the plate. Russell saying he's safe. Weaver, terrific play into the leather of the glove, and a flip to Yadier Molina.
That is such a tough play to make, the glove flip, and looks like they're going to take a look at this one. Weaver jumped off the mound on that well-executed bunt by Chatwood. Look at Weaver jumping right off the mound. The glove flip is a difficult one. Hard to tell from that angle if he gets the hand in or not.
If he did, it's the very tail end of home plate. Oh boy. You hear the reaction of the crowd. I'm not sure it's the Cardinal or the Cub fans. It's that close.
Like you said, if he did get in there, he's coming right around, catching the tip off the plate. It's so hard to tell definitively.
I would say this, Brad. I think his hand beat the tag, but I'm not sure unless there's an overhead over the plate. I mean, directly over the plate, whether or not he's touching it. It's the right hand. Not there. Oh boy, that looks pretty close. I'm not sure there's enough to overturn. We'll see. The call made by one Angel Hernandez. Nothing. Chicago. And now it's Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, out to visit with Luke Weaver. Maybe settle him down a bit.
What's the thing? You're still one pitch away from getting out of this. 2-0. You got to score to win anyhow, right? The Cardinals are going to have to get the offense going against Chatwood, who's given you chances early on already. He's thrown a ton of pitches, so you feel like you can get to him, but you got to keep it here. You got to be able to keep this game tight and stay within, a swing of the bat or two. We've seen Weaver do this. We know he can bear down. We know he can execute pitches down in the zone. That right there was just a well-placed bump by Chatwood. Weaver made a good play on it. Russell just beating it by a hair.
Here's Zobrist. He's grounded into just one double play this year. Singled to center to start the game on a 1-2 pitch. Left stranded back in the first inning. Runners at first and third. 2-0 Cubs. You picking up anything here with and really take it back to the last couple of starts with Luke Weaver? You see anything mechanical that jumps out at you?
You know what, the one thing is, especially with runners on base, it seems like he might be, and it's slight, just getting a little bit too far ahead of himself, and it's making it hard for him to execute over and over with the pitch down in the zone. Good pitch right there. Can't do much about that.
Base hit into right. 3-0 Chicago. Zobrist is 2 for 2. He drives in his 9th.
Well, Weaver gets his ground ball, but it just goes to the wrong spot right there. All he can do here, just bear back in, right? We've seen him being able to execute the fastball on the inner side of the plate to Bryant. You get a breaking ball right down here. Not great contact. That ball's hit a few feet either way. You've got to play on it.
Already 5 hits for Chicago, and now Bryant. This game could get out of hand early with a guy like Bryant at the plate and 2 runners on, and already a 3-0 Cubs lead. And the 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike. He has been pitching behind in this inning. 1 of 7 first pitch strikes.
Yeah, 4 for 11 overall, and it's just not. His stuff is good enough. He can pitch himself back into counts, but it's a lot easier when you're commanding him. I know this Cubs offense hasn't been rolling here lately, but you know what they can do, right? You don't want to help them out.
The 1-1. Broke his bat into shallow center. Who wants it? It'll be Colton Wong. Similar to a ball that Schwarber hit that dropped in front of Pham to start this inning.
Yeah, really tough play here for Colton Wong. He ranges quite a way. You're a little scared of those Bermuda Triangle ones where everybody's converging on it. Communication is key, and Colton Wong called everybody off on that one.
Rizzo grounded to second, first time up. 0 for 1. 44 pitches on the day, the 31st in this inning right here. There's another broken bat, shallow center, and it drops in. And Rizzo has made it a 4-0 Cubs lead.
Sometimes damn baseball isn't fair. Shattered his bat right there. Executes a good pitch, puts it where he wants to. And this thing just dies out there in center field, drives in another run.
The 9th man to come to the plate here in the top of the second. Wilson Contreras, who grounded out to short. He's 0 for 1. And a strike. Chicago with 5 hits in the inning. 4 runs. The 0-1. Luke Weaver against Chicago, 0-2, ERA well above 13, and against the rest, the opponents he's faced, very good numbers. They have his number. The 1-1. And a ground ball to Carpenter. Force play at second. And the inning is through, but the damage done. Midway through 2, 4-0 Chicago. On your mobile device, download the Fox Sports Go app, log in, stream the Cardinals. It's presented by T-Mobile. Folks over in Ballpark Village, Cubby fans, a lot of them here, a lot of Cubby blue here in town, walking the streets of downtown St. Louis, enjoying this great weather here in the Midwest. And a 4-0 Chicago lead. It's Fowler, DeYoung, and Wong. Dexter is hitting 167.
Cardinals made Tyler Chatwood work in the first inning. Didn't have anything to show for it, but he threw 26 pitches coming into it. He's not afraid to nibble around the zone. He's got the good sink. But at some point, like we were talking about earlier, you play with the fire, you get burned at some point, right? It's got to happen.
And the Cardinals had back-to-back walks to start the ball game offensively, and that's fouled back. Then it was a strikeout of Martinez. Ozuna, he was ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Eventually fly to right field. Then Molina struck out. He got out of the jam. That's line to Rizzo for the outs. And with 1 out, the batter will be Paul DeYoung. Your good eye is no good here. Take one for the team on your own time. If you're going to go down, at least go down swinging. All you have to do is download Beat the Streak, the App Store, or on MLB.com/BTS. Nothing in 2 on Paul DeYoung.
It's been a steady diet of fastballs so far for the Cardinals. Might want to see a slider at some point. 95 on the gun there from Chatwood.
The top half of this inning, 34 pitches for Weaver, 19 strikes.
A lot of those strikes for Weaver too, up in the zone. It's all about the quality strikes. It's filling up the strike zone. We saw Miles Michaelis yesterday with all his pitches just be able to fill it up. It's a lot easier to go to work when you're just in control.
And the 2-2 fouled back just below us. Maybe my luck will change with Brad Thompson here in the booth, and I'll have my first ever souvenir make it here to the broadcast booth.
You've never caught one?
Not up here.
You've been doing this a long time. How's that happen?
It's never made it here in St. Louis. Now, for those of you that don't know, I rarely talk about this, but I will today. I did save Al Raboski's life in Milwaukee, and I rarely bring that up.
I think they actually have an exhibit about it at the Cardinals Hall of Fame.
Probably is there.
Yeah.
You can see Bud Selig's signature on my hand. Young strikes out. Remember, it was a chilly day and the roof was closed. It was a fastball that was fouled back, came in at 98, went back at about 120. And me always being concerned about my partners, I let Al climb under the table and I grabbed that baseball smack dab right in my right palm. Still a little sore. And now Wong is hit by the pitch, and I told my little buddy Al, it's okay, fella, come back up. And I saved him.
Papa Bear, look at you. Man. Now I have to ask, and maybe this is something I should have asked before we started doing this, because I mean, it's dangerous wherever you sit in the ballpark. You should always be paying attention. Is that something that you do for anybody that's sitting next to you, or
no?
You and Al go way back, so
right. Only
that's what
Al.
It was. It was okay.
Only
good
Al.
to know. So be on the lookout if you're me.
Either bring your fishing net, your glove. There was a one-time shot. That was for Al. As long as you understand that, I think we'll be just fine.
I do.
You know what Al's doing today? He was in the booth before the game, and he's at the Budweiser Terrace. He's bartending for a couple of innings.
I bet he's got quite a crowd over there.
Al is one of the most popular figures around. You would be amazed at how many people come up to us on the road. Now, I may or may not have said if you have a number 39 jersey with Al's name on the back of it, he'd be happy to sign all of them. I may or may not have said that. I can't quite recall. But when that statement may or may not was brought to the general public, there was more 39 jerseys popping up everywhere, and Al had to sign.
Love is love.
It's 3-1 here on Luke Weaver. Harrison Bader is at the on-deck circle. That would be for Tommy Pham. We did notice a couple of balls. It didn't seem like Tommy had real good jumps. The exception was the play he made in the first in left center, but those balls hit to shallow center. As Weaver picks up a base hit into right. And Wong, after being hit by the pitch, winds up at third. So you just wonder if something, was not quite right with Tommy Pham.
Yeah, you're wondering if, like I said, a couple of jumps, whether it's a visual thing, wasn't seeing the ball very well, or physically. Like I say, he got after that first one early on, but had a tough time after that. Hopefully it's nothing serious at all, just precautionary.
Well, Tommy did have a stolen base and a walk in this game, and now it's Bader. The report, right groin tightness. And Bader hits it up the middle. Diving stop and save at second base. The run will score, and the Cardinals get on the board to make it 4-1. hustling down to second, the pitcher, Luke Weaver.
Luke Weaver helping himself out a couple of times. First of all, with the knock, Colton Wong goes first to third. And then hustling right there. Look, sometimes not every part of the game is going to go right for you, right? He's been struggling a little bit on the mound early on, but you can help yourself out in other aspects, and he's doing it here. Another bang play. Addison Russell, by the way, is a lot of fun to watch play defense.
It's incredible. So the Cubs again will challenge. Their first one paid off. It was overturned on a play at the plate that resulted in a run. Boy, it is very close, and I think this one may go the Cubs' way as well. Watching it on the video board, and some of their players start to walk towards the dugout. This could be a run-saving play by Addison Russell. And through it all, Tyler Chatwood just continues to throw to stay warm on the mound. This one may go against the Cardinals again.
It very well could. Very close play right there. I know they often say tie goes to the runner. Might not quite have been a tie. As you see the look again. Great range by Addison Russell. Really strong flip, athletic move right here. Baez with the big stretch. Hard to see the bag there, but it does look like he might have had it beforehand. And he does.
The call overturned. 2 calls have gone against that man, Mike Matheny. And it's cost the Cardinals a couple of runs. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Along with Brad Thompson, a member of the '06 World Champion Cardinals, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes with us as well. Harrison Bader takes over for Tommy Pham in center. Right groin tightness for Tommy Pham. That's why he is out of the ball game. And the first pitch by Weaver is fouled back just below us again. This is Kyle Schwarber at the plate. And with 1 strike, the Cardinals now put on the exaggerated shift Sometimes you do it with 2. Cardinals doing this with 1.
Yeah, Luke Weaver at this point, so you can't just forget about what's happened up to this point. Got to fill up this strike zone, got to execute pitches, got to keep the game right here. It's all about being aggressive at this point for Luke Weaver.
He's had 50 pitches, majority of those happening in the second. The Cubs picked up their 4-run lead. And the 0-2. Schwarber lines it into the shift and into the glove of Colton Wong.
I've always told you I love the shift. Big fan of it.
You know, what did you think about it when you were pitching?
I loved it when it was hit just like that. When there was something that was just crushed at somebody. Oftentimes it can be disheartening when a ground ball just goes right to where the shortstop was at one point. But you realize that you don't shift for no reason, right? You don't just put on these things. Oh, this looks like fun. He's a left-handed hitter. There's numbers to back everything up, so you understand it.
Was it done back then, and you're not that far removed from playing?
Not as much as it is currently. Like there weren't as many numbers behind it.
Was Dave Duncan the one that was behind that with Jose Oquendo?
Yes. Yes.
So it was his big book that he would look at?
Which was impressive, by the way.
There's a fly ball into right off the bat of Russell. Out number 2.
Dave Duncan traveling on the road. He would have his own big trunk just full of binders upon binders. Forget computers. This is binders, this is paper, this is pen, and he was
old school.
Yeah, he was old school, and he was so prepared.
So he then would get with
right there.
Oquendo and say, okay, here's how we're thinking about pitching him. You want to move the shortstop, let's say, towards second, or a third baseman in a shift on the right side of the infield.
All about having everybody on the same page, right? Oquendo needs to know how you're going to attack somebody in a situation like that so he can get his defense lined up accordingly.
When I got uncomfortable watching his shift is with 2 pitchers. One, John Lackey. There was a base hit and the shift was on. A little slow roller to the left side, made it through.
Got a little unhappy.
Wasn't happy. And the other was Chris Carpenter. I was up at the booth and I wanted to turn away. He was not happy.
It happens. And it's hard to even go to either one of those guys and say, well, look at the numbers it says here. You should be fine most of the time.
Good luck with that. 1-2 the count here on Jason Hayward. Just poked a single to left on a pitch that was about I'd say 6 inches off the plate his first time up.
It was off the plate, but it was elevated and just gave him a chance to get to it. Nice pitch right there by Weaver, just staying down. Sights need to be set down today.
The 2-2. And Hayward just tapped it foul. The Cardinals, after the passing of Oscar Taveras, had to trade Shelby Miller to get Jason Hayward. Hayward here 1 year. Then you had Piscotty coming through. Just from a baseball look at it, you know, the Cardinals had Taveras penciled in right field for at least 10 years.
Yes.
They thought 2017 would be the year that would be the breakout season for him. The 3-2 is taken down and in, and it's the first walk issued by Weaver.
You look at comps around baseball, the one guy's name that's brought up a lot, and I believe he's tremendously talented, and we've seen him get better and better. The comp for Oscar Taveras was Gregory Polanco in Pittsburgh. I feel like Oscar probably had even more talent than he does.
No question. Now Baez, 8th place hitter. We talked about it last night. This is the 10th time he has been in this spot in the lineup, and yet is atop the National League in RBI. He's done some damage, not just against the Cardinals, but the entire league. And it's extra base hits, 3 triples, doubles, home runs. It's because of a swing like that.
Yeah, he can do some big time damage. He's very aggressive. Anything up in the zone he sees, and that's the thing about Baez. He can jump on a high 90s fastball. He can hit a tight slider or a curveball. He can hit the ball up. You hit on it earlier, though. If you can execute, especially your off speed down and away to him, you got a good chance of getting him out.
And the 0-1 pitch. Shallow center again, and there's Colton Wong. There's been 4 balls hit right in that vicinity where the catch was made by Wong. Midway through 3, it's 4-0. JC Healthcare difference maker, and a better start for the Cardinals in terms of the record, and the runs allowed per game down. That's always good to see as well. Carpenter leads it off, and the first pitch is grounded to second, and Javi Baez. 1 pitch, 1 out. Cardinals talk about runs per game being down, and a big reason why. Last night's starter Miles Michaelis. Boy, was he good again last night.
He was really good, and I know a lot of people after the first couple of outings in spring training were a little bit concerned, mainly because you didn't know him, right? Didn't know who Miles Michaelis was, and that was the first impression. Well, it's gotten a heck of a lot better since then. He commands the strike zone with all of his pitches. He's very, very aggressive. He hit home runs, too. I mean, that's his thing, or at least one of them.
He's had 6 starts. He's 4-0 with a 2.70 ERA. Right now, there's just a handful of pitchers that can lay claim to being undefeated and an ERA that's under 3. Justin Verlander, by the way, 4-0, a 1.13 ERA in 7 starts. The numbers there for the right-hander of the Cardinals, Miles Michaelis. The 1-1. Cardinals trying to get the offense going. They've scored 9 runs their last 3 games. 8 of those 9 have come via the home run. And a fly ball lifted to left, and a base hit for Jose Martinez.
To me, that is one of the most exciting things about this team this year, is that, you know, with the personnel that they have, that offense is going to get going at some point. Jose Martinez here with a nice piece of hitting, a slider, middle down, just stays on it. We've seen it all year. We've seen it the last couple of years. Jose Martinez, wherever you put the pitch, he's going to hit it that way. He's not going to try to do too much, and serves one out there to left field.
I don't know about you. I'm ready for a Marcell Ozuna homer. Haven't seen one in a while. He's starting to get more locked in. Fly to right, first time up. And the first pitch is strike.
I mean, I haven't seen a conga line all day.
You want the conga line?
Cinco de Mayo. I mean, doesn't it make sense that it would happen at some point today?
It's the tie-in to Cinco de Mayo, huh?
It is what it is.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it's 0-2. Cubs come into this ball game having dropped 3 straight. First time this year. Cardinals have won 3 in a row. Third time that's happened this season. Outfield very deep. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Ozuna strikes out. That's 4 today for Tyler Chatwood. The Phillips 66 ticket vouchers, they are back, and they're better than ever. Fill up at Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more, and you can get a voucher for up to 50% off on up to 8 tickets to a Cardinals home game. If you'd like more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66. So 2 outs, runner at first, and here's Molina.
Been really impressed the way that Chatwood, using both his sinker and his slider, just lives on the corner. You see the K zone there. I mean, everything. Even when he's behind in the count, he's been able to execute down for the most part and on the edges.
He started the ball game walking the first 2. He has hit a man. He struck out 4. And the Cardinals with just 2 base hits. It's the Pooches in the ballpark today. A lot of fans bringing their furry friend here to Busch Stadium. That includes one Mike Matheny. Outside, 1-2.
Mike Matheny, the owner of an impressive looking German Shepherd. I believe his name is Thor.
Is that right?
I think so. A good pup. My dogs don't listen at all. His sit right next to him.
Mine don't either. Yachty throws the bat at it. Missed the ball and the pitcher. And strikeout number 5 for Tyler Chatwood. We played 3. And the Cubbies on top by the score of 4-0. Jim Hayes was Miles Michaelis. With more on that, let's check in with Jim.
Yeah, you guys were talking about how good he was last night. He threw 7 scoreless. Of course, he didn't walk anyone, improved to 4-0. It was his first taste of the Cardinal-Cubs rivalry, and he told me he was totally impressed. He told me the crowd was so into it from pitch 1, and when you have a crowd behind you like that, it makes you feel like you can go out and do anything. Dan, he told me, if a crowd like that doesn't get you revved up, someone needs to check your pulse. He was very impressed.
He certainly was good last night. And the Cubs were one of the teams that was after his services. But with Jupiter calling his name, hometown, Cardinals trained there, that made that decision a little bit easier and gave the Cardinals the inside edge to get Miles Michaelis. Signed a 2-year deal to come over from Japan. 1-2 the count on Tyler Chatwood.
I love him talking about just feeding off of the crowd, and you can feel it when you're out there. And you know this, and I'm sure you've seen it from right here. There are some guys that do feed off of it, get that extra energy, get nastier, make better pitches, and then there are other guys that kind of shrink from it. I'm glad to hear that Miles is enjoying it.
First strikeout for Luke Weaver. 66 pitches this afternoon. Ben Zobrist 2 for 2. I would agree with his assessment. I mean, how do you not get excited if you're a fan of the game and you're playing at such a high level? You have 2 of the historic franchises in sports, arch rivals, and a packed house. It is sold out here today, and the weather is just perfect.
Never seems to matter what the standings are when these two teams play, but when they are like they are currently, when these two teams are stacked at the top of the division, makes it all the better.
That's pulled foul. Yeah, that's the big difference over some of the years in this rivalry. It's not a shot at the Cubs, but majority of the time the Cubs are playing catch up to the Cardinals, just the way it was.
Gotta be honest, I didn't mind those years.
You were part of some of those lopsided years. You know, the Cubs have been scoring fewer than 3 runs until today. I believe it was 9 straight games, and they hadn't done that since '06, and that team lost 96 games. And Zobrist strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Luke Weaver. The offense this season at times hit and miss for Joe Maddon's club. The Kubota Power Stats.
A lot like we talk about with the Cardinals, though, you expect it, right? With Joe Maddon, he's seen it. He's seen this group of guys. He knows that this offense can be prolific, so it's a matter of time. He's done some lineup shaking. This right here, though, with Zobrist leading off, Bryant, Rizzo, Contreras, seems to be about where they want to be day in and day out, but sometimes you have to shake some things up and see if you can provide a little offense. Mike Matheny's gone through the same thing this year.
The 0-1 pitch. Now 0-2. Luke Weaver, usually when right, piles up the strikeouts. He's done that early here in his career, and he's looking for number 150. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I like where he's missing right now. The balls that he's throwing are under the zone as opposed to the ones that are missing up. You don't get hurt down there.
And the 1-2 is popped up. Playable. Who wants it? It'll be Martinez who makes the catch. And that'll be the first 1-2-3 inning for Luke Weaver. Midway through 4. prior to every home game. Kids can enjoy games, prizes, and free North Star ice cream treats while supplies last. That's out in the Ford Plaza, and it's presented by Prairie Farms. 4-0 our score in the bottom of the fourth. It's Fowler, DeYoung, and Wong. Cardinals with a pair of hits. Cubs with 6 and the 4-run lead. Fowler lined out to one of his best friends, Anthony Rizzo, first time up. Anthony Rizzo had to break away from spring training after the shootings in Parkland at his former high school, and spoke to a group, and he talked about how emotional and difficult that was to do. Said it was one of the hardest moments of his life. Said he knew some of the kids, not well, but knew some of them and their extended families. Others he did not know, but obviously very close to the situation.
It's incredible the impact that a guy like Rizzo can have. Just somebody being there. You're never going to take any hurt away, but just being there, and you know, somebody that resonates with the school, with those kids, to have it in his heart to do that is special.
Here's a 3-1 pitch, and that missed inside. I was doing a game this year, we called it a split, if you will, and it's a broadcaster from one team joining a broadcaster with the other team, and it was Todd Hollinsworth, who does the Miami Marlins, and we brought him on, and it was only a handful of days after that had taken place, and he lives very close to that high school, and he broke down on the air with us. Said it just can't believe the impact that baseball, though, can make in helping to get a community back on its feet. He had neighbors involved, and he's got a couple of young boys that are friends with some of those kids in that high school. He said it just, you know, you hear about it every day, different things that happen in our world, and he said when it gets to you, wakes you up. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Paul DeYoung.
To me, I think that's the beauty of sports in general. Whatever it is that you're into is the uniting factor around it. There's not too many things in the world that unite people, right? Sports are one of them, where you can come together for something, whether it be to take your mind off things or just because you love it.
For fans that don't know, my partner today, Brad Thompson, from the city of Las Vegas, and obviously that city's gone through its fair share of incidents in that manner as well.
No question. Unfortunately, our world is full of a lot of crazy incidents, and hopefully we start all trending in a better direction, but it's at times it's scary. That's why stuff like this is so enjoyable, because we can all come together and enjoy something and not think about stuff like that.
Jim Edmonds, his daughter, was in the crowd in Las Vegas when that took place. We were walking back to the team hotel in Pittsburgh last weekend. I said, how's she doing? And he said still shook up.
Sure.
2-2. Here's a 2-2. Throw, and a nice pick by Rizzo to keep that on the infield.
Definitely was. Contreras likes to show off that arm. I would too. He is very good back there. Still learning, still getting better and better. Swings it well, quiet behind the plate.
And now back-to-back walks. Cardinals had this in the first. You're down by 4 runs. You've got Luke Weaver at the on-deck circle. Certainly you'd have to think about pinch hitting. It's been a struggle, and then go to your bullpen. If you get a crack at it, you got to go for it.
Absolutely. Runs could be few and far between in this one. You got to make sure you give yourself a best chance Just
Right
scrape
when
away
we-
when you can. You see Garcia there swinging the bat.
Bert Blyleven's son was also in the crowd in Las Vegas, and his son was credited for helping save lives. And we'll see Bert and the Minnesota Twins coming to St. Louis. A brief 2-game series to wrap up the homestand after Sunday Night Baseball tomorrow. Well, the Cardinals have another shot here to get something going. Runners at first and second, nobody up. And you got Wong, pinch hitter, and then Bader coming up. Wong was hit by a pitch first time. And he looks at a ball. So he's walked 4, he's hit a man and allowed just 2 hits. When he's been in the strike zone, he's tough to hit.
It's kind of the story of his season, right? I mean, you look at the ERA and you look at all the walks and you don't think those two things correlate, but he's been great at controlling damage.
And now Wong is hit by the pitch, and the bases will be loaded, and nobody out. The
Chadwood
second
just
time
trying
that
to
Wong's
get
been
in.
hit. Yeah,
Right off the guard right there.
he was hit on the shin guard the first at bat, so a walk to Fowler and to Young. Wong hit by the pitch, and here's Greg Garcia. Garcia lines it into center field. Hayward racing in, a sliding catch. Fowler, he'll tag up, and the Cardinals get on the board to make it a 4-1 Chicago lead.
Garcia squares this thing up. Jason Hayward with a good beat on it right off the bat. Makes a nice sliding catch. But getting on the board, it's about cracking the seal right here. The Cardinals did so.
Now Bader. Cardinals, if you just joined us, one play at the plate while they were on defense. They thought they had a runner out. Joe Madden with Addison Russell racing to the plate, challenged that call, and it was overturned. And then it was Bader up back in the second. A run would score, but yet it turned out to be the third out as Addison Russell made a diving stop to his left and a flip to second, initially safe, but then called out, run taken off the board. Hits it to the right side. Rizzo to second. Ball gets away. Run will score. Nobody out on the play. And the lead is cut to 4-2.
Bader hits this one to the right side. Rizzo just turns and fires. Just too far off for Addison Russell to handle this thing. Colton Wong coming in hard right here at second base. Makes the play a bit more difficult. Hustle matters. Little things.
And the Cardinals now making them pay with some mistakes here. A couple of walks have come around to score. And Carpenter, with one swing of the bat, could put the Cardinals on top. The check on Bader. We know he likes to run too when he gets the opportunity.
You had to feel at some point that the free passes would catch up, and it hasn't been by a couple of free passes, ball driven in the gap, but you just never know. You put the ball in play, something good might just happen for you.
One out, runners at the corners. Boy, the Cardinals could be creative here. If you want to send Bader, you've got really good speed down at third. Even if the throw is cut off, you probably have a bang bang play at the plate with Colton Wong.
I think this is a time in the game where being aggressive could end up paying off for you.
And a ball low and outside to Carpenter. One ball, no strikes on Carpenter. Runner goes. Throw to second and safe at second. The stolen base for Bader, diving in head first. Another tight play on the bases.
Harrison Bader with a good jump right here. Contreras has a great transfer, good throw. Just not quick enough to get the speedy Bader over there. Harrison Bader, man, he is one of those guys, and whether he's starting a game and he comes in, or he's a defensive replacement late in the game, he's a guy you notice. He's out there, he's always playing hard, always working.
Makes things happen. He's had some diving catches in the outfield. Watch that left hand just hook onto the bag to make sure he didn't slide right on off. That's his fourth stolen base in limited play. The 2-1. Carpenter hits it out to deep left. Schwarber over in the corner. Can't make the catch. One hops off the wall. 2-run score. And this game is tied. Carpenter, the fly ball. Schwarber couldn't get it. Certainly a catchable ball at left, and Schwarber couldn't come up with it.
Ball just kept carrying off the bat of Matt Carpenter. You see Schwarber thinks he's to it. Still getting familiar with playing out there. He's not overly comfortable. He made a good assist last night, but just couldn't get to that one right there. Got ourselves a brand new ball game, Dan.
Yep. And now the go-ahead run is in scoring position, and Weaver is off the hook. So the double for Carpenter. RBI 12 and 13 this year for Matt. Martinez hits it sharply to short. Russell up with it and makes the play. Well, for Matt Carpenter, we always talk about the shifts. This is only his second base hit to left the entire year.
Just stays with this thing. Like I said, Schwarber just drifting, never gets to it. The guy's running hard the whole way, making sure that thing gets down.
Marcelo Zuna. Marcel is flied to right and also struck out. But Chatwood's got to be kicking himself. He was given a 4-run lead, and he starts the inning with back-to-back walks and then hits a man. I mean, you'd say, hey, that ball's got to be caught left, and that's fine, but this one is on you too.
Oh, absolutely. We came into this series talking about all of the little things, right? Who's going to make that one play, or who's going to get a guy over? Well, we've seen it so far. That's been the difference in this series. Tommy Pham hit the 3-run home run in the first game with after an error, an infield single. That was the difference. You see this ball out in left field that, yes, probably should have been caught, but after a couple of walks, little things matter.
It's Mike Montgomery, one of 3 lefties in the pen for Chicago. So it looks like this ball game will come down to the pens. Weaver's out, and Chatwood already at 83 pitches, and he's not even through 4. This will be pitch number 26 of the inning coming up. The 2-1. Ozuna. Russell settles and makes the play. The Cardinals put up a 4 spot, and they've tied it up here in St. Louis. Top of 5, and it's 4-4 our score. That's Adam Wainwright with Luke Weaver.
I like seeing that. It's incredibly valuable. We all know Luke Weaver didn't have his best day, didn't have his best stuff, and what do you do? Well, you learn from it, and it really helps out when you have a guy like Adam Wainwright who's been through the great. He's had rough times as well. Always a teachable moment. Probably talking about approach, thought process, all these different things that can get better the more times you're out there.
Ryan Sheriff back in the big leagues. Remember, he suffered a broken toe against Arizona. And this is our Chevy call to the pen. We both have talked about off the air how much we think this guy could be a weapon for the Cardinals.
I really like him. He's got the good fastball. He's also got that sweeping slider. Kind of a funky arm angle. Seems to hide the ball pretty well. You see it there. Fastball slider. Very aggressive.
And the 0-2 pitch to Rizzo. Into shallow left. There's Marcell Ozuna. This week on Cardinals Insider, hard to believe it's been 20 years since the great home run chase of 1998. And hear from those who remember the summer of Big Mac. Also get to know the Budweiser Dalmatians. It's all on Cardinals Insider tomorrow at noon on Fox Sports Midwest. And host Ozzie Smith. Montgomery is taking a seat for the Cubs. I'm sure they're going to try to get one more inning at least out of Chatwood. The 0-1 pitch to Wilson Contreras. Chatwood at 84 pitches. Grounder that's hit to Carpenter. Stretch by Martinez. Out number 2.
Another well located fastball right there by Ryan Sheriff. Bottom of the zone, just dots that thing down and away.
For those of you that maybe just tuned in, Tommy Pham dealing with a soreness in his right groin, which was the issue that he had a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully everything's going to be all right. So Bader took over in center. Luke Weaver, 4 innings today. And now Ryan Sheriff, and this is Kyle Schwarber.
Very early in the season, still better safe than sorry, right? If you're feeling something, if there's anything there, a little twinge, we know how great Tommy Pham has been all year. You might as well make sure it doesn't escalate into something else.
And that's a base hit into center for Schwarber. A 2-hit day.
Sheriff just misses up in the zone a little bit right here. Got a chance to come right back and execute a pitch against Addison Russell.
Russell, the base hit to left, run scored back in the second, and also flied out to right. You know, Sheriff's got that hard sinker. You know, you talk about a lefty coming out of a pen, you always think big breaking ball or slider. And he's got that too, but hard sink.
I like that 3/4 arm angle that he has. It creates a bit of the movement. It also creates just kind of a different look. Like I said, he hides the ball pretty well. As you see Matt Bowman get thrown out in the Cardinals bullpen.
Something made its way onto the field, so Ozuna tossed it back in the stands. That's why we had that little slight delay. And the 0-1 pitch, Sheriff to Russell. Good pitch.
Very nice slider right there. Just gets under the hands. Sells it so well. It comes out of that same arm slot as the fastball. Throws it, lets his grip do the work. You see that 3/4 arm slot. Looks like it's going to be out over the plate and just keeps boring in on it.
The 0-2.
It's a good idea to go back in there again further off the plate. Really opens up the outer half. Got him thinking in there 2 times in a row.
Cardinals dealing with 1 man down, even though he's still active on the roster here today. That's Dominic Leone. Had a tingling sensation warming up last night in his fingers, so he will go on the DL. Cardinals could not make a move quickly enough to make the adjustment on the roster prior to today's game. Strikeout, Ryan Sheriff. Good work. Allows the base hit. No damage done. Ryan Sheriff back in the big leagues. And we move to the bottom of the 5th. Batter brought up Garcia to pinch hit for Weaver. Drives in Fowler. Cardinals get on the board. An error on this play. That leads to a run. And then Matt Carpenter, a deep fly to Schwarber. Remember, Schwarber was originally drafted as a catcher, and they want to keep his bat clearly in the lineup. Trying to find ways to do that, so he's in left field.
You just saw that ball just continue to carry. You know, a lefty hitting the ball that way, it's going to keep tailing. Tried the corner and missed.
Molina is 0 for 2. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Montgomery is getting loose, still throwing for the Cubs in their pen. Left-handed batter Dexter Fowler, the switch hitter, is on deck. You know, you may think about saying, okay, Chatwood, this is it. You've got Molina, have Dexter hit from the right side where he has struggled this year.
Especially with the strength of the Cubs bullpen this year. I mean, they have been very, very effective. They got a lot of guys down there that have been locking it down. I know the offense hasn't been going exactly how Joe Madden and company have expected it, but their staff has been able to lock these down.
And that's a ball taken high, and that may be it. That's 5 walks. He's hit 2, and they'll turn around Dexter Fowler and then Wong after that. So you go get the lefty, and that'll be it for Tyler Chatwood, who was given a 4-0 lead and could not hold it. So with that, we step aside. Montgomery to face Fowler when we come back. The month of May. Chicago tomorrow night, Sunday Night Baseball, and then Monday and Tuesday back with you on Fox Sports Midwest. Off day on Wednesday. Club will travel to San Diego. Another off day on Monday, and then 2 with Minnesota. Our Chevy call to the pen, and the lefty Mike Montgomery. They have 3 lefties in Dunsing, Wilson, and Montgomery in their pen, and it's our Chevy call to the pen. Cardinals with 4 runs on 3 hits. And Fowler taps it foul into the Cubs dugout. Dexter Fowler is 1 for 24 from this side of the plate. Sun is now tucked behind the clouds. Got dark here at Busch Stadium. 0-2.
Dexter takes a good rip at that one. You figure from both sides of the plate that it's got to get going, but that is a drastic difference. You see 203 versus righties, struggling mightily versus lefties. Sometimes you got to simplify the approach. Just stay right back up the middle.
The 0-2. This is his natural side. This side of the plate. Did not learn to switch hit until he was drafted by the Colorado Rockies. And Fowler lifts a fly ball into left. Schwarber racing in and makes the catch.
Well, we talk about still learning the position out there. You see Schwarber breaks back and then has to come back to this and make the diving grab. He was able to reroute well, but probably one he should be camped under. It's reps, right? Anything you do, the more you're out there, the more you see it, the better you should get at it.
There's Paul DeYoung. And strike one. Walked in, scored back in the fourth. 4-run inning for the Cardinals, and also struck out in the second.
Mike Montgomery does like to throw his breaking ball to righties. You leave one up to Paul DeYoung.
And a liner out to right. That was the fastball. And Molina back to the bag at first. Bragging rights night is coming up here at the ballpark. Illinois or Mizzou, you can cheer on the Cards and your favorite school. That's Friday, May 18th, bragging rights night. It's presented by the good folks at Fox Sports Midwest. May 18th. Montgomery has allowed a walk in 6 straight appearances, runs in 5 of his last 6. Walked twice, hit by a pitch. Where's the armor there on the right elbow? That's where he was hit last time up. Hit on the shin guard first time up. And takes a fastball high.
He's needed every bit of that armor so far today, but he's getting on base, and that's what it's all about. Colton Wong, another guy that is just still waiting to get it going. We've seen some steps in positive directions here recently, but however he can get on, he can be a difference maker.
Little tapper out in front of the plate. Montgomery bare hands and a strike to Rizzo. We head to the 6th. 4-4 the score. Budweiser, wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. by Barnes Jewish Hospital and Washington University physicians, national leaders in medicine, and by Ford, going further so you can. Looks to be the camera work of the great Tony West there, Forest Park. The drone. They let you have that? Wow. Good work. That was cool.
I got to get one of those. I don't know if the neighbors will like it.
Probably not.
Buzzing their towers.
We thank the men and women of our crew. They do such a great job day in and day out. Great Tony West.
Dan, I can see you as a gadget guy. You a drones guy?
I would be, but I have no patience. And if it broke, I wouldn't be able to fix it. That's my problem with it.
Yeah. I feel like you could probably ship it out to Trevor Bauer. He might be able to fix it for you. I think he does that.
Well, Trevor made a little news with his drone.
Yeah.
Cut his hand. He's also made some news here recently talking about grips, or at least substances to help with the grip of a baseball.
Yeah, you kind of get where he was coming from on that. He did have the wound on the outside of his pinky, and he wasn't able to put anything on it to stop the bleeding. In his belief, some other people might be putting something on the baseball and nobody's looking at it.
Ryan Sheriff has gotten 4 outs.
Ryan Sheriff is pounding the strike zone.
Is that in Major League Baseball, where guys, and today it's a beautiful day, but still, you know, when you think about cold days, I would think even hitters would prefer that a pitcher, and I mean really cold days, the 25-degree days that we had at Wrigley, where a batter says, you know, he's throwing 95 miles an hour. I would hope he has a fairly decent idea where his pitches are going.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. On freezing cold days, it's like picture just holding a cue ball, how slick that is. I mean, that's what it feels like at times. And it is, I mean, it's absolutely against the rules. Put a foreign substance on the ball, but you want to be able to have some sort of a grip. So whether it be some sort of dirt or something, but you can't get that in the cold. I feel like Major League Baseball, we've talked about this with the baseballs in Japan, they're different. They're tacky, straight out of the bag. I mean, maybe that's something that they might go to in the future.
That's yanked down the line by Baez.
But it would alleviate some of that, right? Some of the worries about anybody going to a foreign substance. In a day like today, a little bit of sweat in the rosin bag that you see there, that's perfect. That provides a grip, but rosin does very little when it's cold outside.
There was talk that Major League Baseball was going to use the type of baseballs that you're referring to that would already have you know, tacky substance to get a grip. Some of that was done in spring training, and that's hit out to deep left field, and Baez goes deep again. Gets out in a hurry. Javi Baez went down to get it. Home run number 8. And the Cubs go back on top. He doesn't look comfortable, by the way, running the bases. He was grimacing running around second base and kind of limping a little bit. But when all you have to do is jog, it's not that big a deal. 8th home run, and he drives in his 2nd today. Boy, he went down to get it. Not a bad pitch.
Oh, I mean, it's 0-2. You're trying to bury this. I mean, maybe a little bit lower. But he just goes down there and gets it. You know how aggressive he is. You know how much damage he can do, and just drives this baseball.
Here's Ian Happ, the switch hitter. Ryan Sheriff, by the way, was the 860th overall selection in 2011. Sometimes guys really get buried. They think they may never get a shot. That's into right center. Bader diving. Oh, what a play! What a play by Bader! So many of these diving catches here in the first 5 weeks.
Harrison Bader with just another good beat on this. This ball wasn't hit extremely well, kind of off the end. And Harrison just goes and gets it, lays out full extension. We talked about it before. You see him, you notice him when he is out there, always making a play, always going after the ball.
Has a stolen base. And now that terrific catch. you just wonder at times if Ryan Sheriff thought this day or this time would ever come to be able to pitch in Major League Baseball.
Certainly. You play for a long time. You grind it out in the minor leagues. You put up some numbers, see some success. But inevitably things happen, right? Maybe somebody leapfrogs you and ends up getting a call before you do. Or maybe you end up being cold at the time where you just needed to be hot and it could have been you. But either way, it's perseverance, right? It's going out there and doing your job day in, day out, and not worrying about all that other stuff until you get that opportunity. And that's exactly what Ryan Sheriff has done. You got to root for guys like that. He's left-handed, got plenty of talent, great movement, nice breaking ball. He can stick around for a while.
Here's the 0-2. Now, he told you that, you know, baseball may not have been in his future if things didn't change, because let's face it, a lot of guys aren't making a lot of money in the minor leagues.
Well, it's hard. It's hard to hang on for a very long time in the minor leagues. I mean, you want to go out there, and this is a decision that guys have daily throughout the season. Think about all the teams that are going on in the minor leagues right now. Think about all the guys that are having that conversation with themselves, maybe with their family, maybe it's with their wives, of how long can we do this? It's not the most lucrative job in the world, but you do realize that there's a finish line, and if you keep putting it together, you can get there, and that's exactly what Ryan Sheriff has done.
Lifted in the air, this time left center, and Bader is there. Nice work by Harrison Bader in center. The home run by Baez. Cubs back on top.
We stand ready to serve all military families.
This is Pedro Strop, or Chevy, called to the pen. Third pitcher used by Chicago. And the Cardinals will use Carlos Martinez as a pinch hitter. Now it's a four-man bench for the Cardinals. Harrison Bader had to come into the ballgame for Tommy Pham. Greg Garcia was already used as a pinch hitter. And you'll have Jed Jerko and Francisco Pena as your last two available. Martinez had the home run in his last start. You know, part of the thinking, I'm sure, here from Mike Matheny is that Greg Garcia is his emergency catcher, so he's out, and you're saving Jerko for the latter stages of the game. 0-2 the count on Martinez here in the bottom of the sixth. And it's popped up. Shortstop Addison Russell with the catch.
Well, Harrison Bader made a nice play last inning. Maybe he can get something going offensively here again. Get on base, make something happen.
Bader does have one home run this year, and that was in Cincinnati on a rainy, cold Sunday afternoon. He's made things happen here. Reached on an error, scored, stole a base, and rips it into left field. The tying run is aboard. So here you go again with Bader at first base. And he already has one steal today.
Bader just catches one up in the zone right here and turns on it. We've seen this a lot out of him. He does not get cheated, especially on a pitch on the inner half. Always ready. It's a tough role that Harrison Bader has found himself transitioning into. He's used to playing every day in the minor leagues. Comes in today because of the right groin injury to Tommy Pham. Just always staying ready. All about the reps. Keeping himself ready to go. There's a lot of work that goes into that.
Might be transitioning into a greater role depending on the availability of Pham. We'll find out more after the game. But he makes things happen.
He does.
Carpenter with an RBI double. And the first pitch is a foul ball. He is walked and driven in 2 with that double to left. Angel Hernandez, home plate umpire, giving Contreras a little time after that foul ball caught him. Very late with that swing.
It was 96 right there with a ton of movement. Might have been looking for something else right there, but that ball just dropped off the table with some good velo on it.
And the 0-2 is a fly ball out to Schwarber. He fell down and still made the catch. And Bader racing back to the bag. Something happened with his shoe, and it needs to be replaced.
Looks like he blew a tire out and left. Got caught up in his own shoelace.
Give him credit for making the catch.
No doubt about it, man. He's had a couple of plays already. He had the one from Carpenter misplayed earlier. He had one last inning where he dropped back. Good job by Harrison Bader making sure he touches the bag on the way back. Good hustle. Tough read on that ball. You can't give up on it because you never know what happens out in left field.
Schwarber, his spot is 4 away in the Cubs lineup. And they have a terrific defensive outfielder, Almora Jr., on their bench, and you would have to think they go to him in late innings.
Absolutely. It's a tough decision to take that bat out, but late in the game, you need to make sure all the plays are being made. Once again, do have to give him credit for regrouping on that one. It's very hard to lose your footing like that, still continue to find the baseball, tailing his way. It's windy.
Well, as a part of MLB's Play Ball initiative, Sunday, May 20th, all kids 15 and younger will go home with their own Rawlings Kids baseball glove. They'll also receive a free ticket voucher, compliments of Ritz, and kids under 48 inches get a free ticket to Six Flags. So it's a kid-friendly day at the ballpark. Come on down That's Sunday, May 20th. There's Jose Martinez with 2 outs. High fly ball into right center. Hayward over, and he has it. Nice play by Jason Hayward. Busch Stadium, the Cardinals and the Cubs, and a beautiful day for baseball here in the Gateway City. Along with Brad Thompson, I'm Dan McLaughlin, and Jim Hayes is here as well. The new pitcher for St. Louis, Matt Bowman. After 2 innings from Ryan Sheriff, the starter today, Luke Weaver, went 4. It's our Chevy call to the pen. He'll get Bryant, Rizzo, and Contreras.
Matt Bowman has been a go-to guy for Mike Matheny for quite some time. He's coming in with 7 days of rest in this one, something that we don't see out of him very often.
Probably felt like an off-season for him.
No doubt about it. And a lot of times, I'm sure physically he feels great. A lot of times, though, when you're used to throwing every other day, it might take a minute to get a little feel going. I'm sure he's been working on that stuff on the side.
Ground ball. Carpenter spins and throws.
Nice sinker right there, 92 miles an hour. Carpenter makes the play to the glove side.
Anthony Rizzo will be the batter. Grounded to second. RBI single to shallow center field in the 2nd inning. And flied out to left. Strike 1.
Good curveball right there from Matt Bowman. Get ahead. His sinker is so good, but when he's got that to play off of it, it's a really good mix he's got.
Rizzo known to drop down a bunt against this type of shift. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good matchup tomorrow. Michael Walker and John Lester, Sunday Night Baseball. Cardinals will miss Lance Lynn in the brief 2-game series against Minnesota. Here's a 1-1. It's it down the right field line. It's hooking, and it is gone. Rizzo a solo home run, and it's 6-4 Chicago.
Rizzo just gets a breaking ball, bottom of the zone, but middle. Just gets the head out here and keeps this thing fair. Good
Just
piece of
enough.
hitting. Yeah, good piece of hitting right there by Rizzo. The breaking ball wasn't a bad one, just caught more of the plate than he was hoping.
A young Cubs fan gets a souvenir. Nicely done.
I like seeing that better than the grown men trying to tackle each other for the ball.
Or pushing down young children to get to a ball.
Now, what's the etiquette on something like that? What if you do push down a young child to get to the ball, but then you in fact give that child the ball? Is that okay? Asking for a friend.
How much physical harm are you doing to that child?
I'd say very little.
Skin, knees.
I'd say
what?
more emotional harm than anything. Like, because you could
I would
think
probably
picture
say
a
that
grown man.
you shouldn't do it.
All right.
You've been thinking about it?
No, I'm just wondering. You know, what if I do the right thing at the end of the day?
That doesn't mean no.
Excitement takes over at times.
I get it. And a strikeout of Contreras. So my partner Brad Thompson would like to push down all the children around him when he's sitting in a game, including his own, to get to the baseball, make the catch, or at least retrieve the ball, and then hand it to a young fan.
Yeah, but I mean, you're missing the moral of the story. Is I want the young fan to get the ball. There's no guarantee. Look, if I don't push that little fan out of the way, and I'm not saying me, I'm just saying anybody in general.
You're asking for a friend is what you said.
Right, that's what I'm saying. There is no guarantee that that young fan gets the ball. If I go swim move on that little kid right there,
Swim move.
just to get a ball, but then I give it to him afterwards, like I'm a hero to him maybe after like he stops crying.
But you mentioned the emotional issue that may accompany the young child.
You could probably pay for that down the road. But the souvenir is worth it, I think.
What's the matter with you?
It's a thought. I'm thinking out loud here. I'm spitballing.
Again, asking for a friend.
Right.
1 ball, 1 strike here on Schwarber. This might be his final plate appearance of the day. Now with a 2-run lead for the Cubs. Good fastball. And it's 2 strikes on Schwarber. A base hit to shallow center. Run scored in the second. Lined out. And also another base hit to center field off of Ryan Sheriff. The home run hit by Rizzo. Time to stretch here at Busch Stadium. Big bats coming up. Ozuna, Molina, and Fowler. $100,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Ozuna 0 for 3. Fly to right, struck out, grounded out. Then Molina and Fowler. It was Rizzo's first home run since August of 16 against the Cardinals. Bit surprising.
It's been a very slow start so far for Anthony Rizzo. You know it's going to get going. You just hope it doesn't happen against your club. Good piece of hitting right there, though, to keep that thing fair. He got the bat head out, stayed back well enough. It was a close one. So is this game, man. All these games have been. It's amazing what these Cards Cubs series are always like.
It's now 1-2, and we've seen a couple of times the quick pitch being used by Pedro Strop. Cardinals have seen him enough. You know that that is part of what he every once in a while will incorporate against a hitter.
And we learned early in the season, we learned in Pittsburgh actually, that it's umpire's discretion, right? If the man in blue says it's okay, at a given point it is okay.
I felt in that game the batter was ready, the catcher was ready, the umpire wasn't.
No,
that's
it
why he
probably
called
caught him off guard. Yeah,
Yeah.
the one difference is that Myers ended up going, he goes set all the time, didn't come set at all there, just kind of threw from the stretch completely. But either way, win against the Cardinals.
Fox Sports Midwest proud to support Yadier Molina's Foundation for Flavors of Puerto Rico, presented by Rums of Puerto Rico. Proceeds from the charity event benefit victims of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. Visit YadierMolina4.com for more info. Molina has struck out twice and also walked. Cubs jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Cardinals then tied it up. And it's been a pair of home runs. Baez and Rizzo solo shots put Chicago back on top. It's the largest crowd of the season. Third sellout. We had a sellout last night. 47,154. 47154. The quick pitch. 2 away.
That quick pitch could be very effective. Hitting is all about timing, right? And if you're able to mess that up just by a little bit, you can end up having a great return from it. He's good at that. Johnny Cueto is very good at that. You'd like to see Dexter Fowler here try to extend this inning a tiny bit, get it to Paul DeYoung. You know, he's one swing of the bat away from tying this thing up.
One ball, one strike on Dexter Fowler. And a fly ball into right. Zobrist battling the sun and makes the catch. So Strop is scoreless 7th. 6-4 the score. Tyler Chatwood hit 2, walked 5, was given a 4-0 lead. Anthony Rizzo 2 for 4 with a homer. Luke Weaver only lasted 4 innings, and Matt Carpenter is 1 for 3 with a double and a pair of RBI. New pitcher in for the Cardinals. It's Greg Holland. Numbers have not been pretty. 7 1/3, 8 walks. And Holland in for St. Louis. He's really gotten away from his fastball. A lot of sliders. It's a good slider when right, but you just don't see him throw that fastball that much. We'll see what transpires here in this appearance.
Well, the slider's even better when he's able to throw it off of that fastball, when he's locating that thing well, and it's just been an issue for him. It just seems like finishing his pitches has been a problem. He's getting a little side to side, getting around the baseball a little bit more instead of having that downward finish.
And a strike on Addison Russell. Single to left. Run scored. Flied out to right and struck out. The 0-1. Base hit. Plaza Tire Service Fox Tracks and a pitch up.
There's that fastball we were talking about right there. Yachty is set up down and away. This thing goes arm side up and in. When he's locating that thing, 93 is plenty, right? I mean, he's got the giddy up, he's got the velocity there, and especially with that wipeout slider. But if you're not locating it, you find yourself behind in counts, and you find yourself giving up a lot of hits that way.
You wonder where he is mentally right now. You know, a guy that has been at times dominant in his career comes to a new team, did not get the multi-year deal that was expected. Now this one year that he has, it's going to pay him handsomely, $14 million. But you know, the talk of, well, he didn't have spring training. Well, he's pitched out in a bunch of games.
Yeah, it's about that time. It's about that time to turn the corner, and it's hard to try to not do too much, right? You don't want to go out there. He's had a lot of success in his career. He's had recent success. He had 41 saves last year. He had one bad month in August and bounced back with a good September. He knows how to pitch. He's got great stuff. There's a reason that the Cardinals got him. There's a reason that he was rumored to a lot of other teams, just didn't get a contract that he wanted. But it's all about figuring it out. It's all about getting there. The hard part recently for the Cardinals is they've been in a lot of tight games, and it's hard to get a guy reps and get a guy right when you're playing in all these close ones. I did see Greg Holland yesterday. A lot of times when you're feeling for something, you work on stuff, flat ground, playing catch, but oftentimes it helps you when you get on a mound. And I saw him yesterday, nice and easy, just throwing to the catcher down. He had Francisco Pena down there, just working on his pitches downhill. It's all about the reps. It's all about getting the feel for it again.
The 1-1 to Hayward. Instead, a check on the runner again. Russell with 1 stolen base this year. Outfield is deep there straight away for Jason Hayward. This is where you think about that ground ball to second and you turn that double play. Hayward, well, we saw it a lot in St. Louis, and he's done it a lot in his time with the Cubs. He will roll over a pitch. You'll see that ground ball to the right side. This one he rips down the right field line, foul.
When Greg Holland is on top of his game, when he's got a great feel for it, right now is where he could bury a back foot slider if he wanted to Jason Hayward. You got to get it in there. I mean, he's still got Hayward has some holes on the inner half, but he still has that honey hole down and in. If you throw it for a strike, that he can hurt you. But if you get this thing in, you can really tie him up.
And the 1-2 pitch to Hayward. 2-2. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Upcoming to Hayward. From Greg Holland. Fouled back.
Goes with that slider right there on the outer half, 85 miles an hour, and keeps it down. That's the big thing with Holland right now, and it's pitching in general. Look, you just have to be down in the zone. We saw it early today when Weaver struggled. He was up. Big league hitters can hit that. You can make mistakes below the zone and don't get hurt.
He's set again with another 2-2 pitch to Hayward. Boy, Holland will lull you to sleep with a runner on. Holds the ball as he comes set.
I know you said earlier in the game, and the numbers absolutely bear it out, that the Cubs don't run a lot, but that is one way to slow down a running team, is holding the baseball. And it sounds like a silly thing, and it's one of the hardest things to do when you're out there on the mound, is just to hold it, because there's all that, you know, nervous energy. You want to execute, you want to make a pitch. Just holding the ball could give you that extra step needed.
The 2-2. Out to center, sinking liner, and Bader again with the catch and fires a bullet back into the infield. Nice play again by Bader. Our Nissan drive of the game will take you back to the 6th. This breaks the 4-4 tie in the home run by Baez. Tell you what, that play by Bader, you've got to have 0 false steps. It's got to be a good jump, and he did it again.
He's had a few really nice plays today. He's just got good instincts out there in the outfield. Like I said, that first step is the biggest one. If you find yourself going in the wrong direction, that's the difference between a hit or making an out. And he's well positioned out there. Credit the coaching staff, but he's got great instincts.
Here's Javi Baez. A swing and a miss. This would, you would think, if Holland is right, would be a real tough matchup for Baez. We talked about the slider, middle, outer half. He chases that pitch.
That was the one right there, too. 87 miles an hour, had that good downward break. And you're right, this should be a tough matchup on him, but he's got to be able to execute his fastball down in the zone as well.
And the 0-1.
Breaking ball just backs up on him right there. We saw Javi Baez. You just saw the highlight of him hit a breaking ball similar to that, a little bit lower in the zone out of the ballpark. That thing's got to be executed down and away.
Tommy La Stella has moved to the on-deck circle. Baez has grounded into just 1 double play this year. And the 0-2. Lifted in the air. Right center. That'll stay in the ballpark. Baez, hands at his hips. I think he thought he got it. Soccer Night returns to Busch Stadium Thursday, May 17th. Fans purchasing this special theme ticket receive an exclusive St. Louis Cardinals soccer jersey. It's Soccer Night, Cardinals.com/theme. Cub pinch hitters very good this year, and leading the way, it's been Tommy La Stella. And ball 1. Cub pinch hitters hitting around 330. Stella off the bench, 6 for 15, and he's driven in 6. Left on the bench for Chicago, Albert Almora Jr. May see him come in late for defense. And Victor Caratini is switch hitter. 2 balls and no strikes. (3-0) Zobrist on deck.
Greg Holland has one of those unorthodox deliveries. He opens up quite a bit. The arm drags behind him when his timing is on. That's one of the things that makes him so effective. Not just the stuff that he throws 93, that he's got the slider, but the fact that it's different. The problem is when it's off, it's very hard to repeat that delivery. It's so hard to get that arm slot in the same angle over and over again. And that's what he struggled with so far this year. He'll throw a great, but we've seen it this inning. He'll throw a very good slider down and away, and then the one right after that will tail back on him. When he's right, he's great, but it's hard to get him right back to that spot.
Injury or illness should never interrupt childhood. St. Louis Children's Hospital, guardians of childhood. So the 2-out walk extends the inning to Ben Zobrist. Runners at first and second. You know, the thing I also think about is that you hear all the time, and you would know, pitchers that get that dead arm stage in spring training. Well, with 0 spring training, at what point does Holland hit that, if he hasn't already? And a ground ball softly hit to second. Cubs strand a pair. They've left 7 on today. A scoreless inning for Holland. And the Cardinals trying to come back. The bottom of the 8th rolls in when we return. Tomorrow for the Cubs here in the first handful of weeks of this 2018 campaign. Our Chevy Cole to the pen. A .66 ERA in 13 2/3.
That is pretty good, and he's just got great stuff. First of all, he throws mid to upper 90s. He's got natural cut on his ball, and he's got a very nice curveball that he throws right off of it. He's aggressive. He comes at you, and with stuff like that, why wouldn't you?
Remember, the Cardinals used Carlos Martinez as a pinch hitter. The pitcher's spot is due up third. That would be Jed Jerko, and then you'd be left with Francisco Pena on the bench. There's Jason Hayward. He was in center. He shifts to right. Albert Almora Jr. He's in center. And Zobrist goes from right field to left. The 1-0 pitch to Paul DeYoung. Fouled back. DeYoung is struck out, walked and scored, and flied out to right. It was Montgomery. He came in. The lefty with one on, nobody out in the 5th inning. No damage done. Pedro Strop, the 6th and the 7th. Walked one, gave up a base hit, no runs. And now Carl Edwards Jr.
There's not much you could do with that last one. He just threw 96 miles an hour with that natural cut to it right on the outer corner. You just have to be able to foul it off.
And a strikeout of DeYoung. Plaza Tire Service, Fox Tracks.
Just that big breaking ball right there, that 12-6 action. Throws it hard, and after he sets you up away, that's a really nice pitch. Location, 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 right down in the zone. Down, down, down. Everything from Edwards, and then he can elevate late when he's got a couple of strikes on you.
That's 24 strikeouts now in 14 innings. The risk that you run, and the Cardinals are dealing with that in this game, is that they have a 9-man bullpen right now. 9. And you're short on your bench. Tommy Pham had to leave early. The right groin issue. Dominic Leone unavailable, clearly. Move will be made prior to the game tomorrow night.
Yeah, probably wasn't exactly the spot that they wanted to go with Carlos Martinez earlier in the game, but it's a numbers game at this point. You find yourself a man short on the bench with the injury early. Figure he might give you a good chance, or at the very least, Carlos was going to give you a better chance than Ryan Sheriff was probably in that spot.
One ball and 2 strikes on Colton Wong. That is filthy. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Just goes with the curveball again. 81 miles an hour. Look at that. Bottom of the zone. Outer half. It's perfect. All you can hope to do on a pitch like that is foul it off and maybe get to the next one. With Edwards right now, though, the next one is probably going to be buried just like it. I mean, he's just on fire right now.
There's Jed Jerko, who has put up numbers when he's had a chance to play. .385, 2 hits last night. Edwards is listed at 6'3", 170. The 1-0 pitch to Jerko. 1 ball and 1 strike. Trying to extend the inning to Bader. Bud Norris and Jordan Hicks. Cardinals take a lead or tie. It's Bud Norris. If not, Jordan Hicks. The 1-2 pitch to Jerko. Bounce to the plate. 2-2. crash, it happens in a hurry. And that young Cardinal fan was starting to trickle in. Nap time.
Get some cotton candy down to that section.
ASAP. Carl Edwards Jr. a 1-2-3 and a pair of strikeouts. Cardinals go quietly. We head to the ninth. (6-4). Jordan Hicks, our Chevy called to the pen. I find it really interesting. 15 1/3 innings, and yet only 7 strikeouts for a guy that's been clocked at 102 miles an hour with movement, with sink.
He really does, and he's got a good breaking ball as well. I think the thing to remember, and it's hard with him because you see all the things you just talked about, the great stuff. He hasn't been doing this very long. I mean, you look at the minor league numbers, throwing about 100 innings or so. Makes the jump from A ball to the big leagues, and he's still learning. He's still learning on the job, and that's where being receptive, trying new things, and just trusting yourself. Because that one-on-one, even if you're not striking people out, if you get a lot of ground balls, well, those count too.
You'll get Chris Bryant here. He backs away from a pitch 100 miles per hour.
That's got to be uncomfortable. 100 miles an hour with sink.
Little tail coming back in on a right-handed batter. With the 1-0 pitch. And then you paint the outside portion of the plate.
And that pitch right there has got ground ball written all over it. 99 down in the zone. And a lot of times for a younger pitcher, and I don't care how hard you throw, if you've got that good sink, sometimes you got to simplify things and just look at the middle of the plate. Look middle down and let the ball move from there. Instead of starting it in off the plate and it runs off, you don't have to be too fine. That movement will take care of a lot for a guy like Jordan Hicks.
Chris Bryant has flied to center, popped out twice and grounded out. 0 for 4. 2-2. 101 on the gun. I do get a kick out of seeing the reactions of players that Hicks faces, and they've never seen him before. And they have a little conversation with Yadier Molina and the home plate umpire.
Like, what was that?
You kidding me with this guy?
Well, you can read a scouting report, right? And anybody that's in the big leagues has likely seen 100 miles an hour. But it's different when that thing is dropping off the table or boring in on you as a right-handed hitter. It's a bad feeling.
In the 3-2 pitch. Ouch. Boy, that caught Molina, and he's down.
You know this, Yadier Molina is one of the toughest players in the game. If he's slow to get up, you know that thing caught him very, very square. It's coming 102 miles an hour anyhow. Then foul tip right back into him. Oh boy. That's not good. That's going to take a minute. It would be amazing after games seeing all the bumps and the bruises that Yadi would have on him. I mean, those catchers are the toughest guys out there. The little stuff like the foul tips that end up hitting you, obviously there are bigger ones that end up hurting a lot more. I mean, those would take guys out of the lineup in a normal position. A guy like Yadi, all the catchers around baseball just do this day in and day out. That's part of the job. It is not a glorious part. The fact that he's even walking off the field right now to me is incredibly impressive as Francisco Pena comes in.
Hicks gives a thumbs up. Oh my goodness. Three-two pitch and a base hit. Bryant thinking to out of the box and trots in with a double. That was 102 coming in. Turned on it.
Just geared up for the fastball right here and just leaves it up just middle of the zone, 102 miles an hour. We were just talking a minute ago about how when you have sink, that ends up playing dividends. You can end up getting the ground ball off of that one. He gets under it a little bit. And even at 102, if it's up in the zone, that thing can get barreled.
Here's Anthony Rizzo. Well, the Cardinals, you think about having that short bench, and they're lucky in a way that, a lot of managers wouldn't press the issue. They'd say, look, we're going to go for it. We're going to burn our bench. The emergency catcher was Greg Garcia, but in this case, they needed Pena, obviously, to come in this game. Here's the 0-1 pitch.
A lot of times you plan for the what if, right? What if? You got to have somebody sitting there, and oftentimes you never need them. Needed them desperately today.
Well, Mike Matheny has been in that spot that Yadier Molina is dealing with right now.
And he knows Yadi so well, and if Yadi is slow to get up, or you could just tell, you know, that he'll do anything to stay in a game. He'll tell you anything, even if he's not feeling good. If Yadi needs to come out of the game, you know he's hurting big time.
Sure, I'm queasy after that replay. The 2-1 instead of check on the runner, and I can't imagine what it's like for Yadier Molina if I'm queasy. The 2-1 pitch to Rizzo. A strike. 2-2.
Nice breaking ball right there to get himself back into the count. Even it up at 2-2. 86 miles an hour slider.
The 2-2 fouled away.
One of the things I'm sure with Jordan Hicks, it might be hard to remember, especially as a young pitcher that can throw as hard as he can. Oftentimes 99 with the sink on it is going to be better than 101 straight. So sometimes you have to take a little bit off, or just concentrate on staying calm and staying back and getting on top of the baseball. It's the little differences, and that's the part about pitching that can be so frustrating. I'm sure that a guy like Greg Holland is going through that, knowing that he's just a little bit off on some of his pitches, but the tiny bit of being behind a baseball or staying back on the mound and just having your weight under you, those little things just matter so much. It's a frustrating position at times.
The 2-2 pitch to Rizzo from Hicks. Catch made. Fowler with the throw into third. And now Wilson Contreras. As tough as Yadi is, boy, you got to wonder about tomorrow night. It's not a day game, so you do get a little extra rest. Man.
I don't know exactly what the protocol is for that one. I guess it's just wait and see.
Contreras today is 0 for 4. Slider misses outside. 2-0. Outfield is deep there straight away. Hitting just 107 in this spot. Runners in scoring position. The 2-0. And a grounder pulled just foul. Largest crowd of the season, 47,154 here today. Picture perfect afternoon here in St. Louis. And a ground ball that's hit to short, gloved by DeYoung. Advancing on the play, Bryant from second to third.
Tell you what, Jordan Hicks can be a ground ball machine if he just keeps that up, just that downhill, good action on the ball.
It brings in Albert Almora Jr., part of the defensive switches. It's 102 up and away. He was in center field last night. And the 1-0 pitch. Grounder hit to DeYoung, charges and makes the play. Good work by Jordan Hicks. Coming up, the bottom of the ninth. The Cardinals down by 2. Harrison Bader, Matt Carpenter, and Jose Martinez. One of the better pitchers in baseball in Brandon Morrow. 10 innings. He and Andrew Miller, Brian Dunsing, the only 3 pitchers in all of baseball, 10 or more innings, and have not been scored upon this year. The 0 ERA. Strike on Bader. Took over for Tommy Pham. Pham had a right groin issue. And we know about Yadier Molina. Just saw that moments ago. And the 0-1. Morrow pitched in every game of the World Series last fall. 7 for 7 in save opportunities.
There was the question coming into the season if the Cubs were going to do more and go out and add even more to this bullpen due to the fact that they didn't know for sure. Everybody knew that Brandon Morrow had great stuff. You saw the results last year, but didn't know if he could shut the door. I think that he's put that to rest.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. Fouled back. Brandon Morrow is the 5th overall pick. Seattle in 2006. Pitch with Seattle, Toronto, San Diego. Then last season with the Dodgers. Fastball at 99. Need a base runner to have a chance. 3-2. The young outfielder Harrison Bader. The check swing did not go, and a leadoff walk. And with that, the tying run comes to the plate. Matt Carpenter had a dramatic home run. This homestand to tie a game up, and the Cardinals eventually would win it in the 9th. It's been Montgomery, Strop, Edwards, and now Morrow. One swing and this game is tied. Ball 1. Morrow signed a 2-year deal with Chicago middle of December. A 2.06 ERA last season with the Dodgers. And the 1-0 pitch now to Carpenter. 2 balls and no strikes.
You know that Matt Carpenter is going to make him work. One of the best eyes in the game. That pitch just barely up above the zone. He's able to lay off of it. As you mentioned earlier, he's not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. Actually likes to hit with 2 strikes. So continue to make him work here.
But sometimes I think you'd like to see him be more aggressive.
Certainly.
You know,
in spots, right?
Yeah, this would be one of them. Just like that.
There it is.
He's going to get a pitch to hit. Has the ability to drive the ball out of the ballpark, so why not? One swing could tie it up. The 2-1 pitch. 3-1. Jose Martinez on deck. Again, here's a similar situation to being 2-0. Now 3-1. You figure you're getting a fastball and a pitch to hit.
Yeah. You've got 1 pitch, 1 spot right here, right? If he gets a fastball that's elevated up in the zone, you got to be ready for it. You know that Brandon Morrow has the velocity, but if you're ready for it, you drop the barrel on it.
3 balls, 1 strike. Ooh, just caught the corner.
He's been consistent with that off the plate, though. It's been called a bit today. Matt Carpenter with the great eye just doesn't get the benefit of the doubt back there.
3-2 the count. Struck him out. So he got the pitch before off the plate and gets that one in, and I'm sure Carpenter's saying you can't give him both sides.
Absolutely.
Like that.
If you're going, his stuff is too good, right? So you can't give him both sides. This looks like a pretty decent pitch on the inner half, but you know the one that was off the plate away, even if that one's on the corner, it's very difficult to give a guy like Morrow that much room to work.
And now Jose Martinez. He's grounded into 3 double plays this year. Base hit in the center. The winning run will come to the plate in Marcell Ozuna. Pitch up, and he was ready for it.
Just geared up for this thing. Right back up the box. Simplify it, right? In this position. Put something in play. Keep it moving. Been waiting. Marcell Ozuna 3 knocks yesterday. Still waiting for the power. You know it's coming. The weather's heating up. Now would be a good time.
Brandon Morrow has not allowed a home run since September 8th of 2016. That's hit down the left field line. Fair ball. 1 run is in. Martinez racing to third. They'll wave him in. Ozuna has tied it. 6-6 in game 2.
Just jumps all over this one. A breaking ball down and away. He's ready for it. Saw one on strike 1 and is ready for it again. Drives in 2 and he is pumped up. Jose Martinez running hard the whole way. This place is electric right now.
Now Pena. The pickoff down to second. Ozuna back in safely. Jose Martinez scoring all the way from first. Yeah.
You think he has any fun playing this game? You think he's passionate about it?
The 1-0. Popped up. And look who's coming to the plate. The former Cub, Dexter Fowler. Bud Norris is up in the Cardinals pen. Fowler lined out, walked and scored, flied to left, flied to right. Ozuna, the winning run in scoring position. The first pitch. Strike 1.
You can see Dexter Fowler right there geared up for the fastball. Gets the off speed. Just caught out in front.
The 0-1 pitch. Popped up left side out of play. The Cardinals have come back. With 2 runs with a double by Marcell Ozuna to drive in Bader and Martinez. 0-2 the count here on Fowler. Fowler's had a walk-off hit. That was against the Mets. Also on this homestand, a big 2-run homer. The 1-2. 2-2.
Morrow might try to go back inside on Dexter Fowler here with that breaking ball, but if he leaves it out over, goes in hard, up and in.
0-2 to 3-2. Does not have to give in here. First base open if you'd rather deal with DeYoung. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The next to the former Cub. Fowler! drive. Deep right field. It's near the wall and caught. He gave it a ride to try to send us home. Instead, the Cardinals, by scoring 2, send us to the 10th. Marcell Ozuna, the double down the left field line to score 2. And with this swing, we're tied. Cubs, Cardinals, knotted up at 6. In game number 2, Marcell Ozuna, the double down the left field line to bring in both Bader and Martinez. What a ball game here. This big crowd, many of them have stuck around. They were on their feet there in the bottom of the 9th, and now the Cardinals closer Bud Norris is into the game.
This is how it should be, isn't it? Cardinals Cubs, we saw a great one last night. A little drama at the end. Bud Norris ended up getting the job done. Back to work again today against the Cardinals. What a tremendous piece of hitting right there by Marcell Ozuna. Great hustle by Martinez, scoring all the way from first and giving us some free baseball.
So left for the Cardinals in the bullpen, Tyler Lyons, who pitched last night, along with Luke Gregerson and Sam Tuivailala. Now they did stretch out Tuivailala on his rehab assignment so he could give you multiple innings if you need them. What an entertaining game this has been. Addison Russell at the plate. And Russell lifts a fly ball out to left center, and Ozuna with a little hop makes the catch for the first out. Here's Jason Hayward. Luke Farrell is throwing in the Cubs bullpen, the son of former Boston Red Sox manager John Farrell. And the first pitch is a strike to Hayward.
Gotta love the way that Bud Norris has just been attacking with all of his pitches. You see both of them to Addison Russell. Nice cutters on the outer half. Locates with the fastball here to get ahead of Jason Hayward at 94.
Here's the 0-1. Now 0-2. Norris to Hayward. The 0-2 pitch. Slapped the other way and a base hit. And the go-ahead run is aboard. Hayward twice has done this. Just slap it the other way and that pitch up and away.
Yeah, had a 2-strike count, 0-2 right there, and Bud Norris just trying to go away again. Unfortunately, elevates a little bit, catches more of the plate than he wants. And Jason Hayward once again is able to put the bat on the ball and make something happen.
Dangerous man at the plate is already homered. Javi Baez. He's driven in 2 this afternoon. Good slider. You had the chance to visit with Bud before the game today.
I did, absolutely, and he told me, he said, hey man, what are you doing? My cutter's 90, my slider's 84, 85. I think I called one of his cutters wrong last night. I'm glad he's watching though. Appreciate Bud watching.
Get the feedback.
And I told him either way, did I say you were nasty? And he said, yes, you did. All right. But I'll figure it out. Nice cutter right there by Bud Norris.
One ball, one strike.
Getting close to that time of day where the shadows are creeping in. Pitcher's best friend.
Bud Norris with 16 pitches in picking up the save in game 1. Up to 7 here in his second appearance in this series. If you're wondering, Baez has grounded into just 1 double play this year. And the 1-1 pitch. That is the pitch that we've talked about with Baez.
Absolutely. That thing, first of all, it's firm. 90-mile-an-hour cutter. Starts down the middle and ends up away off the plate. He can't lay off of it. I don't know too many guys that can lay off of something like that.
And the 1-2. He got him. A strikeout that gets away from Pena. And advancing on the play, it's Hayward in scoring position.
Well, got him chasing with the cutter beforehand, goes with the slider for the punch out. And just down in the zone. The mistake that was made this inning to Hayward earlier was just up. You see the slider here buried in the dirt, and Baez just can't hold up on that one. He's going for it.
You know, in many ways, Bud Norris has saved the Cardinals.
Yes, he has. And it was a signing that kind of just went under the radar when it was announced. And maybe it was due to the timing of it. I feel like a lot of people responded to that because the day earlier, I think Yu Darvish had signed his deal.
And this is not good to see here as Mike Maddox calls out the home plate umpire. And this is considered not a visit, but of more importance, something not right apparently with Bud Norris. You can see him kind of trying to stretch out the fingers and the hand. Cardinals lost Dominic Leone the ball game last night.
That's the first thing you think when you see somebody do that, stretching out the hand and opening and closing it, is trying to get a feeling, right? Getting a feel back for it.
Oh boy, he's done. You've had Tommy Pham last night, Leone, Pham today, Molina, and now Bud Norris. And the wind is kind of out of the sails here of Cardinal fans. Boy, it's the guy you least can afford to lose right now out of that bullpen.
Yeah, you've got a lot of good options down in the bullpen, but Bud Norris has been the one that has been tried and true all year long.
Oh boy, Tyler Lyons coming on when we come back. I don't think he was throwing in the pen. I think he's just getting loose now. And this will be his 16th appearance. Did appear in the ball game last night and got one out. This is remaining on the bench and also available pitchers. What's left, you might as well put across a red line through Dominic Leone. He's not going to pitch today. So essentially, no position player available. Luke Gregerson and Sam Tuivailala.
As you mentioned earlier, Tui has been stretched out a little bit, so if you need multiple innings, potentially he's your guy. But man, the losses that you've had already in this game, we don't know the extent of any of them. But you lose Tommy Pham early on. Bader's come in and done a fantastic job. You lose Yachty to the foul tip, and now you lose your closer in Bud Norris to an undisclosed injury, but took him out of the game. It's been a very rough one for the Cardinals. As many emotional ups and downs as there have been, that's a down.
Well, let's think about then how you want to use Tyler Lyons. He did pitch yesterday, albeit briefly, one hitter, but still had to get up. You get hot, you come in a game. Now he's got to get hot here. I mean, if you're Mike Matheny and Mike Schilt and Mike Maddox, you're down there saying, okay, where are the outs going to come from with what we have available? Luke Gregerson, not a multi-inning pitcher.
I think you would like to be able to extend out Tyler Lyons a little bit, even
That's
though
what I'm thinking.
he threw the 2 pitches last night. Did a very nice job on Rizzo to get him out. If you can get a few from him, at least an inning plus, that could set you up in a better position.
The Cubs in their bullpen with Dunsing, Wilson, Cishek, and Farrell. This is Caratini, their final position player. That's to the backstop, and Lyons has to cover the plate to make sure that Hayward doesn't score. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. It's a wild pitch charged to Lyons. A little more pressure on Pena in this spot too. Oh, it's caught somehow, held on to by Carpenter. He may have snow coned that baby, and that may have saved the game. A line shot, and Carpenter down at the hot corner came up with it. What a ball game, Cubs and Cardinals. line shots. And the Cardinals coming from behind in the bottom of the ninth against Brandon Morrow, who had not allowed a run this year. We're in the 10th, and Luke Farrell is our Chevy called to the pen. How about that? Moments ago, really a game-saving catch to take a hit and a run away from the Cubs.
This ball is just crushed down the line right there, and Matt Carpenter doing his thing. That's huge. I mean, that ball, if he gets a bad jump on that at all, I mean, you never know.
You can see Bill Miller, the crew chief, he was right on it and eyeing it to make sure it didn't come out of the glove, and it didn't. And here we go. Paul DeJong could end it with one swing of the bat. What a ball game. And the first pitch is strike.
Those shadows that we talked about a little bit earlier have crept in. And when the ball goes through that, it's almost like you lose it for a second, especially if you're able to locate something down in the zone. It disappears on you a little bit, makes it tough to hit.
That pitch taken high. The 2-1 pitch to Paul DeJong. 3-1. A pitch to drive, a pitch to hit. You may see it right here. The next to the Cardinals shortstop. The winning run is aboard. A leadoff walk in a tie game in the bottom of the 10th. See how the Cardinals want to play this. If Wong is bunting in this spot, the only problem is you're out of position players, and I'm sure that's something that Jim Hickey is going to talk about here. Is that, look, you've got the pitcher on deck. They have no position players available. He's going to hit because they're not going to use anybody else. So more than likely he is swinging.
No, absolutely. You're going to try to be as smart with him as possible. You can't just treat this like he's going to lay this down. And Colton Wong has been waiting for that big hit. We've seen a couple in recent weeks, a couple of doubles here and there. But he's been waiting for that one to get the floodgate open for him. You know, Colton can win you some games by playing defense. No reason to believe he can't do the same thing by swinging the bat.
Oh, 0-1 the count. Colton Wong hit by a pitch. It seems like forever ago. Twice. He was hit in the second, hit again in the fourth, and scored in part of that 4-run inning for the Cardinals.
At least fortunately for Colton Wong, and the Cardinals have had a few guys go down to injury today. He was hitting both of his pads.
You always look at the bright side.
I mean, if there is in fact a silver lining, that would be the one.
Elbow pad and shin pad. A ball and a strike. Runner at first is Paul DeJong, outfield deep. The 1-1. Wong, a drive down the right field line. Is it fair? Gone! Gone! 2-run homer. Wong walks it off. They tied it in the bottom of the ninth. They win it in the 10th. Ozuna with the duties. The cooler, the ice, And Wong says it never felt this good.
Colton Wong been waiting for that moment. How big it was, the emotional ups and downs in this game. To be able to end it like that, that has got to feel incredible for Colton Wong.
Only question was, would it stay fair? He knew it was gone. A blast down the right field line. And the Cardinals walk it off and look for a sweep tomorrow night. The reaction of the bench. Jim Hayes downstairs with Colton Wong. Jimmy, take it away.
Colton Wong, the walk-off homer. The only question, would it stay foul? You hit it. Did you know it was gone?
I could see by how it was going, it was going to stay fair. As soon as I saw that, I looked towards my teammates, man. That was a big win for us.
Were you thinking home run in that situation, or just put together a good at-bat?
Just put together a good at-bat. I love it.
All right, were you thinking home run there?
No. Just trying to get a good at-bat, man. Trying to put together a good at-bat. Knowing that I got Paul at first, I got to get something to air.
To win that game with this environment, Cards, Cubs, this doesn't feel like early in the season game, does it?
I absolutely love it, man. You know what? A lot of Cubs fans came out. I'm glad we could piss them off today. Cardinals Nation, let's go, baby.
Last thing, you've had some issues with the ice water bucket. You left those duties to someone else, but you got pretty good, didn't you?
I had to today. I mean, I had a chance to drive the ball, and luckily I did, man. That was a great win for us. I'm excited to celebrate my teammates, and hey, I got 3 buckets at me, so I'm doing a good job, I guess.
Enjoy it. Thanks, Colton.
I appreciate it, man.
All right, Danny, Colton Wong.
Jimmy, what a win for the St. Louis Cardinals. Colton Wong. Yeah, I think he quote-unquote upset some of the Cub faithful. What a win. They tie it in the bottom of the ninth. They win it in the 10th. 8-6 the final.